should be a happy chappy. Because I am now pressing the button, so there we go. Okay. Actually, I need to fiddle with this a bit. One moment. Okay. Okay, so this is fun. Love to see, don't you? Set up. It's been a while. It's been a while. Give me a break. This is fun. Also need to change the title, which is part of the fun. Love to see, don't you? As promised. There we go. Set up. It's been a while. It's been a while. Give me a break. This is fun. Also need to change the title, which is part of the fun. Love to see, don't you? As promised. There we go. Set up. It's been a while. It's been a while. Okay. Give me a break. Right. From what I've heard, Denmark is quitting as well, which is part of the fun, but there we go. Tapping with one hand is hard. Okay, right. Fun and games all around. People joining, that is a good sign. That means lobby is up. Ooh. Okay. So far so good. Right. This is the thing. I know there's subs, right? Finally shifting back into the main thing. Sub on Russia, sub on France, Denmark died. I'm not here for like 1 week, 20 years and 50 million people die. Hungary is dead now. What I've heard, Westphalia is... Oh, Pope is still a thing. Oh, hopefully Florence, so not a complete power vacuum. In terms of eating up what's left of that. QQ looks to be a bit on the murdered end. By... Is Transox a player? Don't think they were, but here we are. Definitely can be at this point, especially with Yuan not being a threat, really. They had to pick up the mandate Yuan. Leaving, shall we say, generous power vacuum over there. Is Adjuran a subject of someone? No, Miami subject. As soon as those are down. No, it's not. Okay, England also having a fun time expanding. Right. But there we go. Ooh, Japan also looking quite nice. I do like to see Japan, and it attaches a decent enough player on them. Right. Go back to political, yeah. Development. They've pushed quite a few of these foreign institutions. Yeah, fair enough. That's after there. Delhi in charge of the one city of the world's desire, 76. Although, in fairness, Moscow is not far behind, I don't think. No, 84. Moscow is actually ahead. Moscow is actually ahead. Sealand also reasonable, but yeah. Denmark has not been doing too well. No real areas for them to expand into. They kind of got kicked out of the Balkans, and Russia proved too much of an issue for them to push over, so yeah. No expansion opportunities, and getting messed out of the New World by the English did kind of stifle those ambitions there before they were born. Bit of a mess what's left of Burgundy this one, but there we go. Damn it, never mind. There we go. Well, Baguette being having fun with that one. Right, but I do think Prussia should still be here. Oh, well, mostly pound collect on their countries, but there we go. Right, Jesus, the world map changes in 20 years. But there we go. Right. Oh, also do want to use that real quick, but there we go, yeah. I'm assuming Prussia is still coming in the usual things, right?
It's in the chat, so.
Yeah, he is. Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Because, yeah, Denmark, from what he's told me, he's swearing out of death, so yeah, rest in peace him. Otherwise, I think... Is there a Translock spell, or is that just AI killing QQ that hard?
That's AI.
That's AI killing QQ, wow. I guess Translocks can have a play now as well, given that potential reset with Yuan also being, you know... how do I put it this way? Taking the mandate when they really shouldn't have. But there we go. Ottomans still missing those, and... Oh hey, Songhai survived. Always nice to see. Yeah, Yuan is kind of dead anyway, regardless of whether they're here or not, but there we go. Baguette go to have a field day with that one, though. Otherwise, yeah, okay.
So how would you rate Scoozy's original country seeding for this grand campaign?
Very bad.
It has not been an improvement over the last season, I'll put it this way. But in all fairness, it could have been a lot worse.
Just give
next time
everyone
we're going to
a
go back to the
random
random wheel.
Yeah.
But there we go. No, not really, I don't know. I think we'll stick with seeding. Where are the Ottomans? Also, not gonna lie, I don't think Hungary is still playable. From what I've heard, they're a bit dead. But there we go, gonna get there eventually. Right, so about this one. Okay, right. Well, I'm gonna let people pop in. I will start lobby soon at TM. Right. Damn it, Baguette, don't call me out like that. But there we go. Okay. Let me check back into here now. Okay, Prussia there, Florence there, yep. I'm just gonna say. Therefore, so where are the Ottomans? So Honey's already up. Where we're at is dead and Kiku is mostly dead now in fairness. Where are the Ottomans? Is an excellent question. Right, has anyone heard from the Ottomans?
No.
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh yeah, I'm not allowed to swear stream. But yeah, I'm gonna go ping him. If I don't get any response that he's coming soon TM, I'll have to try and find a sub. I feel like they're a bit important for the game balance. Even though, well, I missed last session, so...
I can also play Ottomans, but then I'll play Ottomans for the rest of the campaign, I guess. Instead of swapping for one session.
Spice Tunis survived. There we go. Anyway, I pinged the Ottomans to get an answer, but beyond that...
Have you recovered from your illness, Lemon?
Yeah, I'm well done with that over now.
Oh, good to hear.
But yeah, no. In all fairness, I wasn't sure who Kaizem is as well, by the way. But there we go. Yeah, where are the Ottomans? I feel like they are, you know, a relevant part of the game. I can't just say no Ottomans. AI is probably enough to like kill a couple players at this rate. Well, that's a lie, granted, but still.
Yeah, it's certainly enough to kill me.
Okay, Dow's on his way. I guess we wait. Fun. This is entertaining lobby simulator, my favourite type of simulator.
You might want to press start because it does kind of fuck everything up if you leave it too long. As we figured out last time when we started at like past.
Yeah, well, that's the point. I put the lobby up 5 minutes ago, and it's been another 5, so we're another 10 minutes to go. It's around 20 minutes. I can confirm now from a lot of trial and error. Is how long you get worth of the lobby waiting, but beyond that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fun and games for everyone in the family. I also probably need to fiddle with my general settings in terms of like MP stuff, because I think this one's already set up with the whole, you know, limited legend stuff, but I'll have to fiddle with other things.
Oh yeah.
It's so weird how many subjects Russia has, but there we go.
He's integrated a good like. Oh, I think he's only integrated one of them, but like there was another one and it was a big one. It was like.
No, I think he integrated 2 already.
I think he's done.
Yeah.
two.
He's integrated Perm, hasn't he? Yeah.
There's another one in like between.
Yeah, 3.
And there's definitely another. Yeah, no, there's quite a few.
They are certainly like hiding their size pretty well. Like they probably have about as many provinces as Delhi. Just looking at it, I don't know.
Yeah, but also a lot of them are Siberian waste, so you know it's 50.
Yeah, well,
It's free
provinces.
free real estate for building manufactories. It's free money.
It is what it is. Right. I would hate to start without Ottomans, but I would also start without Ottomans over not starting, so there we go. Who's Gypsy Lays and why is he server muted? Does anyone remember this? Is that
that is Almost Pride, the Austria player from like 2 games ago, as you would refer to him.
Ah, yes.
He's been server muted for quite some time.
Has he?
Yeah. He's just always muted anyway, so I don't think it shows it.
That's fair. He is always muted. I guess he doesn't want to speak to us. How dare he?
Nah, he's muted by the server, so he can't talk.
I don't think he wants to anyway.
Nah,
for the greater
it's
good.
true.
He's okay. Well, I'm gonna have to start without Ottomans because I don't want to delay the lobby too much longer. And as much as I love staring at the lobby, you know, avid player of Civ 3 that I am, I think we're gonna have to go. Right. Otherwise, I think everyone else who matters for the game is in. So, oh, where's Son Hai gone?
What?
Where's Son Hai gone?
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen him in here before.
He was in here, I remember checking that.
Oh,
yes,
was he?
I still alive. People stop chatting this time in the chat. Where is Son Hai? For God's sake. Should have started the lobby. I actually
Is Yuan not bothering?
it seems to be the case.
I still think it should have been fixed somehow. But Scoozy told me to fuck off, so I didn't bother suggesting it.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't take mandate, it's the long and short of it, but there we go.
Yeah, but like, now, just like Delhi's gonna like grow even bigger and not fight anyone at all.
Well, you also have Russia who's leading.
Millennium. Yeah.
Also Russia, I think it also gives an opportunity for a Transox reseed.
Yeah, I think they're at war with Russia.
It no
Which
longer
might be
provides
an
an
issue.
opportunity for a Transox reseed.
Yeah.
Russia has so much free land to eat Denmark now. Now taking the Ottomans until they come back into the game.
Yeah, them too.
Fun and games for everyone involved. Right, screw this. They can have to join. So I don't want to keep the lobby up longer than I have to, and this is already a lot longer than I have to.
Started earlier than last week anyway, and we were trying to start early last week as well.
dear.
He's like said, be here on time. We're gonna start at 6, and then we ended up starting at like past.
Everyone is always ambitious, which is why what I do if I want to start early is just say, okay, turn up like 5 minutes before, we'll do it. And then
He did. He said that and everything, and everyone was like there, but we still didn't manage.
No, I mean I turn up 5 minutes before and actually stop in the lobby up 5 minutes
Oh,
before.
right.
Like, and then
okay.
we tend to start relatively like on time-ish.
Yes.
Right, we're gonna need an Ottomans on high during protection on both. Right, but I think that's about that. So you have fun. I'm going to go hide in my observers chat and go through the countries because I missed an entire session, so I need to go see how people are doing. Otherwise, yeah, have fun if there's issues. Well, you ping me anyway, so not much point saying that. Right. There we go. Fun and games to everyone involved. And people already claim God. But yeah. 2 players, and yeah, Jesus Christ, player kills left, right, and centre all around. Oh yeah, Congo migrated into, did they pick Texas? No, just colonial Mexico. Some choice, can they form Texas? Need admin tech 10. Ouch. Not even having admin tech 10. These colonial ideas aren't too bad initially, although they really could use some help. Not with expansion bureaucratic though. Ouch. Not even the third idea group, actually. Yeah, they can just be killed over here and yeah. Murdered by the English, but there we go. I mean, really not much going here country-wise, but hey. An exodus, and at least it's better than a death. Right. So, let's start with everyone's favourite, the Mamluks. Who are actually, surprisingly, not getting a bit of war exhaustion because, eating everyone under the sun. Yeah, that's fair. A decent chunk of QQ to eat here, and from what I can gather, don't have a diplomat to check, they can take a decent bunch. Very, very good economy by this point. Production, and this indicates that, yeah, trade is being nicked, but have a respectable amount of gold income as well from Damot and Kaffa, so... Yeah, 15 dev between Damot and Kaffa, so far so very good at 0 autonomy. And accepted cultures, so yeah, +1 from there. Actually, wow, surprisingly large amount of culture groups here. Because they will need to... Oh, they didn't accept Nubian, fair enough, and probably not Belgian, but... These they have accepted, so there we go. Oh, well. Yep. Makes sense. And yeah, Syrian. Otherwise, ideas, what are we looking at? Full idea groups at this point, very, very nice. Running the policy. Respectful on everything. They actually have the 5% to spend their ideas? They do. So it was just the... Full quality. Weapon quality standards. And that's quality and that's economic. Oh, yeah, there's advisor net 120. Fair enough there. Also a bit behind on DIP, but not, they can't take it. Enough subjects to eat, especially with Hamruch there. Yep. Occupied by Malindia. So I'm looking separatist. That'll be a bit. I was gonna say that can't be a thing. Oh, Morocco and tie immediately at war somehow. I'm not sure how they've done that, but there we go.
No, no
okay.
player was.
Protection autos on Sun High for the first hour.
What?
Look at the chat. Because
Yeah,
they were here, but like not here. Yeah, not an announcement. I thought people would realise in the chat, but yes, probably should have added EU4 GC
what?
defense. But yeah, because they are technically players, but we'll come back soon to you.
Wait, I didn't understand anything.
Songhai and Ottomans are both quote unquote here just late, so because they're just late and I don't want them to come back to their country, they have protection for the first hour.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
that's
thanks
it.
for actually letting
But,
people
yeah.
know that.
Well, I tried to, but yeah, I guess people didn't read the chat. In all fairness, neither do I. So yeah.
Yeah, but Morocco just declared.
Well, I know, but I messaged that a lot earlier. I thought people would see that. I probably should have pinged, but I didn't want to ping again. Probably a bad thing, but there we go.
So what do we do? Rehost?
I don't
because...
want to rehost it because that's going to take a decade again.
then. I mean, it's their fault for being late a bit.
Yeah, it kind of is, in fairness.
Anyway, it's your call, Lemon. You tell us what to do.
Yeah, I don't know. Is the issue. I am going to add everyone for protection, but I kind of see that you didn't see it. Not at everyone at EU4 Grand Campaign. But you didn't see it, so screw it. They are late. And I don't like being late, so you get a free one. Sorry for the pings, but there we go. Right. And yeah, I think that's enough to get us started. But okay, let's get back into looking through everyone else's countries. Yep. +1 on the economy there, getting a chunk of trade nicked from Mamluks here. Yep. Respectable 8 duck has been nicked. But Constantinople does need the money, so there we go. But actually, really hope the Ottomans don't do anything stupid. The Ottomans are not going to do anything stupid, right? Please tell me the Ottomans are not going to do anything stupid, right? The Ottomans are going to do a lot of things that are very stupid. Did they just... Okay. Okay. Well, they can enforce it. Oh, for God's sake. Alright, hello, White Paws.
Lemon,
Yes.
I get 1,000 pop-ups each
Uh,
day.
yeah, basically that also happens because rehosts change. So that means you should have got those events a lot earlier, but you didn't get them last session, so...
I got them last session. It's about the
Is it
country
the
that
ruler
doesn't
one?
exist that gets a new monarch.
Oh no, that's the one that I had. You're gonna get completely fucked.
Just you
if
could
don't
you
press
could
the
like
bottom
block
one.
that type of notification or whatever. Maybe.
How do I block that?
That's a event you get.
That's a client one as well, you still get a new ruler. I guess take the new ruler, otherwise...
Yeah, you need to take a new ruler, otherwise you're gonna get your country
No,
fucked.
It doesn't have anything to do with my ruler. It's an
Yeah.
agent called
Oh.
Mushasha that gets a
Oh.
new ruler 3 times each day, and it spams my window totally.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's like a
Never
button
mind.
somewhere where you can block those types of notifications.
Yeah, but how
I
do
don't
do
know
that?
where that is though.
I think once you get the event pop-up on the event pop-up itself, there's a button on the bottom right for that kind of notification. You can turn it off.
Yeah, yeah.
But...
Maybe we'll unpause until you get another one.
Yeah. We get any more of those? I've tagged into you.
Yeah, tons of them.
Share your screen. If you can. Hello?
Hello?
Share screen, please. I'll show you where the button is. If the pop-up is what I think it is. If it's an event, then...
It's not an event. I don't think I've seen this before.
It's not an event, I guess.
Oh yeah, right-click on the... yeah, sorry, on the bottom right. You see that little, like, bars thing below the OK? No, on the event pop-up itself. Yep. You display an open pop-up window. Both of those, untick those. Untick both of those.
So that should be enough.
Yeah, that should stop
And-
it from.
yeah, I would
you won't
probably-
get notifications about it anymore.
In the
But like,
log, yeah, you will still get in the
that's
log.
not really that big of a deal, I don't think.
Anyway, that is all. There you go. Yep.
Alright. Let's hope that works.
Also, rip Musashi for getting any new rulers, but there we go.
Yeah.
Do they actually get the new rulers?
I think so.
Fair enough.
What the fuck?
Yep. Where is Musashi? This is an excellent question.
I don't think they exist.
It's
They don't exist.
Normally
That's
it's
probably why they're
in,
getting a
like-
new ruler, yeah.
it's like wherever
In
the
Africa?
Euphrates is. No,
Yeah,
it's
so that's probably why it's bugged, because it
QQ.
doesn't exist. It is, yeah, I remember Musashi from Timmy campaigns and Conquering Persia in general. But there we go. Name rings a bell.
Game loves me. I just lost the stability in 2 months because of events of overextension.
Yep.
I've had 2 peasants wars in a row.
I mean, I got like 3
No, I
corruption
swear,
events
I've
or
had this.
stab
If you, like,
events when I was in a peasant war.
if you're trying to do, like, you know, a one... like me trying to struggle through a one faith and you have to set like 5% every extension, you just get like a slew of like all of the bad events and just get nothing for like a couple years, and all of them events happen all at the same time again for me.
You've got to not click them, I think. Supposedly.
I just can't be bothered at this point. If rebels pop up, I'm big enough to fight them, but you know, it still gets annoying. Right, anyway, enough of that. Let's get back to everyone's fun and game, the Grand Campaign. Remember, if you repeat EU4 as a stable game, eventually it'll become true. And everyone's immediately at war. It took everyone all of 5 seconds. Now, this at least is fake war. I think because Aitai is Defender of Faith. Guess, no, they're not. They're Buddhist. Well, it's a bit of a rip, but there we go. Also, Ottomans clean up against Austria and a bucket list of random AIs. Yeah, what is Florence? War against Prussia. What is this war? Prussia dowing Hungary. Hungary being defended by Russia and Florence. But it's an AI Hungary. By the lack of participation of Florence and things, I'm assuming they're just in the war, but not really. Okay, fair enough. So, fake war there. Morocco's not a real player war, and that's not a real player war. Okay, there we go. Right, going back to the whole things. Otherwise, on Mamluks, yeah. Good on monarch points rank, +3 advisors. Very good, sums up from me. Reasonable force limit. And very respectable manpower. 100k. Could be better, but could be a lot worse. Definitely enough for this rate. Moving on to Apollo here, to West African tech group. Leaves things to be desired, but there we go. Slowly but surely we'll be catching up on tech, albeit definitely putting in the slower end of that one. Okay, was, yeah, not much of an army to his name, but hey, he's at least positive, but yeah, no real economy there to speak of either. But hey, he's bankrupt. No, Congo is... AI Congo is bankrupt. And also very disloyal. There we go. Well... Also, Jesus Christ. It's a lot of separatists. Yeah, that looks like a bankrupt Congo. Rip them. But beyond that... Not a lot of good things I can say at this point. Yeah, there's a long way to go to recover, but there's also a long time in the game left. I think by 1700s you could try and approach relevance. Although, wow, did you not have morale there when you walked into that? Doesn't look like it, although he should be fine here. Yeah, if he doesn't run away, he'll kill them more than break to them. But there we go. Yeah, he has to actually kill them, the poor things. But there we go. Right. Yeah, not much more to say there. Definitely needs a lot of recovery. But then on to Malacca. Who, okay. They did go exploration here, which... I'd argue, well, unless you're going from Malacca in Australia, which they did, expansion is better because you do get more colonists, but it is what it is. Now going to economic, and by 14th they can pick up quality, so they will be fine here. They've also gone Republic, which is interesting, or, well, something to enable plutocratic ideas anyway, I do believe is that. Yeah, Eastern plutocracy. So there we go. Actually, a relatively reasonable government, because that's... I mean, there's no mandala system. Because consecrated up and out losses is very, very abusable. I don't want to do a campaign where I do that actually. I believe either turn 8 or, well, Tidor would be the go-to for that one, but there we go. Anyway, looking back at the state of the country, 100 income, very respectable, and there are the Ottomans. While we're looking through that. Everyone's favourite time for joining us there in the lobby. You'll love to see it. Right. Let me double check that real quick. Okay. Ouch, that's a bit of a slow one, but at least it's hot to join in. Shall we say? But there we go, right. That's a thing. Sooner rather than later. Hope for anyway. Okay. Right. Favorite part of the EU4 experience, of course, is the lobby simulating, but you know, won't be it won't be an EU4 lobby without that. Otherwise, yeah, what we can see from that is quite reasonable expansion, and I think the money is an indication that he has got a reasonable amount of income going into Malacca now. With his expansion with a subject Leviathian into China, he has taken a slice of that pie as well. The other thing to say is, yeah, still Australia is there to get cleaned up, as it were, but you know, to the day so far, so good. Army will have to check his actual strength in terms of if he wants to fight a player is severely reduced because he doesn't have quality ideas. Not that other players don't have it yet, but he's going to get it a lot later than everyone else. And another thing to bear in mind will be that, well, yeah, I guess basically the full short of it is that if they do fight him before Tech 14, there's no chance of him in quality, so he'll be fighting 10% discipline behind, which is not a good position to be in, especially with Malacca not having 5% discipline nowadays, I do believe. But they may have changed that in the update. I don't think that's going to go well for them, because a lot of tanks like Delhi, Ayutthaya, I think, does Ayutthaya have 5% discipline? I think they do, but they may not. We'll find out. Yeah, they're definitely gonna have an advantage there with 50% discipline flat, assuming no advisor. It's kind of rather substantial at that point. But there we go. Do double check that. They have 5% discipline in their ideas. They do not have 5% discipline in their ideas. Meaning, yeah, they're still base discipline, and if you compare that to, say, Ayutthaya, they granted are only just starting to go through quality ideas and don't have 5% discipline in their ideas either, you know. Actually, a relatively 20% national manpower. I'd say discipline could have been a really good idea group, but for example, if they were to fight Delhi, who I believe, okay, one away from 10% discipline, then yeah. Oh, they have Jaunpur ideas. They don't actually have Delhi ideas. Interesting choice. The issue with that, of course, is the lack of 5% discipline, but it is what it is. Let's take it to someone I definitely know has 5% discipline, eventually, Noir. Yeah, once they finish this will be 50% discipline on them, so yeah, 20% overall. Would be kind of an issue, but I think Malacca gets away with it because of the immediate neighbour's lack of it for now. Right, I'm also keeping a pause on purpose. I want Dao to just realise, yeah, what's going on there. He's going to peace out with the AI? Yeah. Well, guess the Goosey gets to live. Protestant Ragusa, no less. But there we go. Very reformed Denmark. I see now. Interesting choice, but a choice nonetheless. Right. Anyway, I think that's enough. Let me pop back to Malacca and then we will pause. Alright. Others, yeah, economy is very good. If you look at the production, you see that's a very trade dominant economy. Very, very huge amount of trade income here coming through, disproportionate to their production. And the main reason is beautiful trade goods. Well, not in that regard, but you know, clothes and just the beautiful amount of money here that they can sap. Like Brunei has 20% trade power here, sure, but they're not using it. Well, not sucking out of it at least. Although, hey, they're probably up for eating soon. Given the constant truce to them, I'm assuming that, yeah, they'd be next on the eating agenda, especially with the that entry port gone. And no one really, yeah, nicking trade from here either, although Cape of Good Hope certainly can as soon as England gets themselves going in that regard. Though it seems Malacca is trying to prevent that as well, which would be a good thing because they would kind of end load themselves here if they do that. And yeah, Malacca making sure Mami also doesn't, you know, send us up for that. Where is the is it Zimbabwe? Yeah, the city of Camel. It's a truth be told, it's a terrible project, but you know, it's something, which is better than nothing. And yeah, rest in peace Sunta here. Otherwise, manpower, well, reasonable cap, but kind of a lacking. I guess I've been expanding quite aggressively. And really underforced them with no army pushing to speak of, so kind of in a relatively weak state in that regard. But there we go. Also, ripped Malaccan Australia, so a lot of Malaccan Australian noble rebels. Religion-wise, are they going Sikh? Yes, they are. They are going Sikh. Which... in all fairness, no, that's not. Sikh current patch is really, really strong to the point where, point of absurdity. Okay, no discipline, but you come in with 10% amount of armies off the bat. Mill tech cost definitely is good. Then you just get a monthly mill and dip point extra that you can just pick up from the random teachings. This menu still looks so work in progress to me. It looks so out of place in my opinion, but that's just me. And yeah. Basically what I'm saying is a lot of really good things you can pick up from Sequin kind of patch. And I guess the main thing with it is variety and flexibility, much like of what makes Russian Orthodoxy and Orthodoxy in general, like better than say Hinduism. Is there still a Hindu tag? I can't, there we go, yeah. So with Hinduism, is okay, sure you have your 5% discipline siege ability, which is great, and you get a bit of tolerance to true faith. Arguably comparable to, you know, our worst Orthodoxy, but the flexibility of Sikhism just, I think, outweighs that to the point where it is arguably better than Hindu, despite the lack of discipline. I mean, I think Orthodoxy still stays at the best. If you look at their religion, you've got manpower modifier, which is huge, basically 3 unrest, and, you know, I think 30% manpower, is it? Don't quote me on that, but around that area worth of manpower per True Faith province. You get an extra tolerance to True Faith, so that's even more unrest reduction for tolerance to True Faith provinces. And you get all of these beautiful icons, from discipline to manpower, discipline and manpower recovery, to dev cost reduction, to AE impact, which is actually kind of useful in MP, I find, and just all another national 3 unrest. So the flexibility of these are rather quite substantial in that regard as well. And to top it all off, you also get a lot of, well, you also get access to the PU mechanics, just full stops, no questions asked, best religion. But yeah, going back to the GC, Malacca now, yeah, you have to catch up on ideas, but they have been expanding rather substantially, which can be seen in their 5th great power slots, so good for them in that regard. Moving on to Delhi. Arguably strongest stag, especially with what Yuan now to eat for them. A bit behind in tech from all the eating they've had to do, but hey, keeping up on ideas, and that's what matters. One idea away from a whole bunch more discipline. Interesting again that they kept Jaipur ideas. I guess that religious unity goes a long way. Yeah, that really does go a long way for them, doesn't it? And hey, decent rule as well. But beyond that, so far so very good in that regard as well. Reasonable economy for his size. Substantial amount of debt, but nothing too major that they can't handle. Yeah, no, so far so very good. Manpower cap at 2k recovery, yep. No complaints there. So far, so very good on Delhi. Moving on to Westphalia. Here, well, their subjects make it deceive you in the amount of land they actually have. Also, God, that's rather ugly borders. Attack at Mallorca. Wow, didn't realise Mallorca existed, but here we go. Didn't realise it was a tag. They actually have, what are their ideas? I'm getting completely distracted now, but merchant, my ship cost, the armed tradition, advisor, rest, fort maintenance, sniper recovery, morale. I mean, could be a lot worse, but wow, could be a lot better as well. But yeah, moving back to Westphalia, very subject heavy, which you kind of have to do in this area, especially with how little they have in that regard. Reasonable economy though, definitely for its size, and a very respectable army to boot. Full ideas. Have been deving, yep, Westphalia ideas. So far, so very good. No complaints there. Do you want to also ask, are they integrating anyone? And they are not. Although they probably could integrate the Palatinate here and be fine with it. Styria as well. They are Protestant, and they are best come to the game. Theocracy. So far, so very good on that regard. Interesting, they went for 10% morale. In their position, I personally would have been a bit more greedy with dev cost reduction again, but that's just me. I can fully understand going for the morale. But there we go. Right. So far, so very good there. Moving on to Ottomans, who, well, thankfully back up being a player again. Economy comparable to Westphalia, which is not the best sign, but an army's an army. Ideas filled out. Beautifully on time with tech. How is their dev looking? Below 1,000, so could be better, but now with Hungary being a player, I think they're gonna have free real estate here. Surprising lack of, okay, they're just letting Aleppo get nicked, but it is what it is. And yeah, not a lot coming in terms of this, but hey, it is what it is. Theodoro, okay. Oh, that'll be eaten eventually, sooner rather than later anyway. Crimea is, yeah, Russian subject. Political take, I know, but that's a GC for you. Otherwise, yeah, so far so very good, and again, it's the Ottomans, they can punch well above their weight. No complaints there. Then there's Tunis, who, well, from what I've heard, is a miracle they're still alive. Yeah, no, maritime ideas is not how you continue your living, but I have to commend you in that regard at least. Going through this slowly but surely. Complete lack of anything resembling economy. Behind on tech, but I think that's only one tech behind. And the idea choice really leaves things to be desired. Manpower is just about existent in fairness. Definitely not enough to do a prolonged war, but it exists. Hey, fully drilled armies, but just no real expansion anywhere. He's just mostly just sitting there. So yeah. Well, he is rather new to the Grand Campaign and MP in general, so well done for him surviving this long. And is that still Castile? It is. But there we go. Yeah, no. Galicia. I mean, this is very much almost harking back to the CK2 start dates of 1066 of Catholics in the north and Sunnis in the south, but more Protestant, I guess, in the north. But there we go. Right. Okay. Well. Again, to reminder that doesn't do much, but there we go. Yeah, Tunis not being eaten, I think, due to a lack of desire by anyone to eat them. Do they have much in terms of an ally then? Because they really could not put much of a fight. Morocco, yeah, and that's probably the only person interested in eating them is Morocco, so that's probably what's keeping them safe. But beyond that, yeah, let's move on to Florence. How have they done? I heard they were doing quite well on money from last games, and well, yeah. Income now a bit more proportional to their actual size. Oh, that's a French subject. Well, that's incredibly ugly, but at least with Milan gone, then yeah, that'd be nice. God, I think, yeah, France probably beat them up to, well, that's a lot nicer borders, but also they cannot form Tuscany now, but it'll do much, but still, you know. Attack formations, attack formation.
Supply convoy.
Yes, I see the motion. There we go. He can get back in. But alright. Slowly but surely. Right, sorry about that, but I'm back. Well, I hope their economy at least, and not too much. Oh, they are going to eat Siena here for a formable. Yes, they will get Tuscany anyway. Although, yeah, they probably have a bone to pick with them. Well, they want their cause back, if anything, against the French, if they allow that. Although, given the French list of allies, they'll probably need someone like Prussia or Westphalia in as well. Don't know if that would be enough. But it is what it is. Right. Otherwise, yeah, reasonable force, especially for their sides. Going through their ideas, surprised I haven't finished them now. Milan's tend to be pretty rich, so they can have afford their advisors to go through with it, but you know, not always the case, but yeah. Arguably could be better, but dear God, could be so much worse. Anyway, moving on to Japan, which has taken their time to immediately go into yuan. Fair enough, given complete lack of their mandate, meaning, yeah, just gonna melt and die here. We can observe Ming separatists Tech 9 against Tech 10. Oh no, Tech 9. I actually don't know if they'll win that. Well, we'll find out. Yeah, 50% damage received. That is going to hurt. But no, I think Yuan will win that. They have enough morale to be in the battle, although they're getting substantially hurt by separatists attack behind. But there we go, right, yeah, no, that's... wow, well, they're good at taking damage, I'll tell you that much. Jesus. And there we go, actual battle, although no back row here or anything, so... just an infantry slam. But yeah, what I'm saying is free real estate here for Japan to come and get a bite of the Chinese pie now that Yuan is basically dead, and yeah. Look at the casualty. Well, I was going to say look at the casualty difference when they roll badly, but there we go. Yeah, no mandate to Yuan. It's not going to be put up much of a fight. But there we go. Right, going to Japan proper though. Instead of these spoiled rebels. Reasonable economy, shooting just above their production in that department. Quantity economic exploration, interesting. What are they colonizing? Is that them? Alaska maybe? Yes it is. Yep, okay. And did they pick up, like, yep. Fair enough, Japan colonizing. They did go Japanese ideas, they did, so they have their 20% global settler increase as well, which is kind of helpful with that, to say the least. Yep, fair enough. I think they're also in a decent enough position to get away with this kind of gamble, especially if they don't dilly dally until Tech 14. But there we go. Right. Otherwise, yeah, reasonable manpower. Well, good manpower actually, take that back. Very good manpower, saying that. Force them is there. Stuck with Shinto, fair enough in their position, but... And no Highness, fair enough in their position. There's no two-wit. It's about it. Yeah, so far so very good for Japan, especially given their lack of a start at this GC, but there we go. Right, moving on to Russia, which, by the way, is a lot larger than it should be. It is being played by stubborn, much like France did. Economy could be better, but let me guess, reinforcements? No, just an absolutely massive army, which, hey, it is what it is. Quantity, econ, quality, yep. Not as much manpower as Japan, but then again, they haven't integrated a lot of this land. Going up the patriarchal authority, and I believe statefying everything under the sun. Not really. Although they certainly can. Admin, I believe, is hurting for them, kind of, but Dip is hurting a lot more, which makes sense given how intensely they've abused subjects, shall we say. So be no manipulations with the subject, but it is what it is. Otherwise, yep, nice bank of money with no loans. So far, so very good. Working on the Crown land. Yep. Sums up there without some beautiful 87 dev Moscow, not even a farmland, but there we go. I mean, eventually this as well will be quite nice for regiment cost reduction. But it is what it is. Definitely can, I think, arguably lead here, and I do want to check the score afterwards, but it is what it is. Alright. Morocco doing a quick cheeky excursion to Songhai while they are AI. Fair enough to that, outnumbering them about 2 to 1, so I'm assuming that's Songhai there. Songhai went Shia. Oh, I do remember, yeah, them going that. Fair enough. For the discipline, and yep, working through it. Otherwise, can they form an Andalus? They just can, but they don't want to, which I'm surprised. I'm assuming what they do want is establish Baghdad. Yeah, which is probably exactly why they're going into here. And just, yeah, 8 provinces. Okay. Oh, I need to be strong with straight power, which, yeah, that's just not going to be a thing. Without some serious beating up of Timbuktu in the process, because it is home node versus. If they stick a merchant here, they'll get them a lot of trade power because it is an inland node. But well, they don't have trade ideas, but I believe that's probably next. Definitely get a lot of trade power with a merchant. Are they pushing this all to Sevilla? They actually are, surprisingly. And Portugal still exists to abuse that, but Portugal exists mostly as a colonizer. Orthodox Portugal, you'll love to see it, but there we go. Yeah, definitely go for Blackguard, I'm assuming here, which can't really blame them. And lose it, however, I would argue is a lot nicer tag to be. Right. Moving on to Prussia then. As always, Prussia struggling with money, whether they not be, but discipline up the wazoo. With, yep, full militarization. Oh yeah, fate of the peasantry. And yeah, they probably will crush here. Okay, it's up to Mr. Salzburg, which is still von Habsburg to decide. But there we go, yeah. Peasantry probably crush, especially with Dithmarschen not existing to protest that. Free peasant crush, to say the least. Do let me check, actually, yeah, economy is existent. Forcing is respectful and the thing they're building up to it, and ideas have been done. Yep. Well, it's Prussia now, and they have been given long enough to survive and establish themselves, so they're to punch well above their weight, but beyond that, they're just really lacking the size to do much. How are they looking at governing cap? Actually fine on governing cap, which don't consider me surprised. Moving on to Moa, which economically could be in a better state, but you know, not too bad given a lack of dev. Just the one loan in. Are they bankrupt or something? Oh, they are. In that case, that one loan is pretty bad. And ooh, going to internal conflicts. Yeah, from what I've heard, they've been death throwing VJ a lot. Which, yeah, that would do it. Internal conflict spending, but okay, monarchists in power, so they've gone States Generals, or is that missile conference in that? Maybe that. Now this is actually an interesting idea, because this looks interesting and like it's a unique thing, so you'd be tempted to go, hey, I should take this, but I would actually want to make the argument that 50% manpower is better than 5% morale. Because 5% morale, I mean, you won't say no to it, but it's a lot less noticeable than, say, 15% manpower. And manpower could really be used here. Really can be. A bit behind on tech, on ideas, and a bit behind on tech as well. Not too much, but it is what it is. Sorry about that, but beyond that, yeah. Economy could be better, and the inflation, I mean, if that's the story to tell you, there's been a lot of wars, then there you go. They are Sikh, so yeah, more. And yeah. There they begin. Most former subjects are rebels for now. That is a good point. What are their subjects? Just the one here. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah. Moving on from Awar to the Pope. How have they been doing? Could be done a lot better monetarily, I'll tell you that much. But it is what it is. Idea-wise, they are on time on tech as well, really. Yeah, outside of that. Assuming this will probably go to Venice, although I mean... well, eating the rest of Aragon, I'm assuming. God, interesting to see how they're splitting this with Florence, because I think they're allied. Yeah, they are allied. Picking up islands while they can, I guess, but there we go. And an army, well, can definitely be a lot better. Are they bankrupt then? No. Probably just cannot afford it, in fairness. But there they go. Oh, Peasants' War, yeah. And that would do it. And once they, if they can deal with that, then you can actually get out of it just by pressing the stab button, which is probably for the best for them. But there we go. Yeah, it could be a lot better on the Pope, but it is what it is. Alright, moving on to VJ. Which, by the way, these Sikh rebels are converting them on purpose, don't get too worried. They're not just throwing the game. They're actually pretty close to breaking to them. Which would not be for the best, but there we go. Otherwise, idea-wise, 4 away from quality. Income could be a lot better, but then again, that's mostly because of occupations. And Enforcement is present. Manpower kind of exists, but occupation's knocking it down. Yeah, well, they're going to Seek now, so it makes sense. Debt is very much existent, but then again, they've been fighting the war for quite a while here, so it's understandable. Moving on to Britain, that had a bit of a rough start, but now has basically a lot of a nicer game ahead of them. Held on to Calais, and they're basically feeding themselves a Dutch Republic over here. With the exception of East Frisia, which they decide to control themselves. Yeah, I'm assuming they're going to feed Flanders all of this, but there we go. And I'm assuming they're nicking the trade from Flanders as well. Oh, very much so, yep. No questions about it. Flanders exists in nick trade. Well, trade could be better, but income is very... Oh, never mind, what am I saying? Trade is absolutely amazing. I'm so used to single player where I'm like, oh yes, you could easily get like 200 ducats in English channel because of how quickly you blob. No, it's not, you know, it's not single player. You can't just stick a chin in champagne and nick all the trade. But they're certainly trying that. Economy is great, no questions about that. Exploration point to economy, yeah, I'm expecting quality 4th. To be on time, it's one of they need trade and the very, very aggressive expansion in terms of, well, not A itself, but expanding well. So, no complaints there. And yeah, of course, as they colonize, it goes over to. Colonial Mexico, so Congo colonizes for them, but there we go. Got a lot of interesting new flags. But a lot of them again. Just to be murdered. Right. Moving on to that, to France, who's also been subbed. But they have had a quite good game. Okay, a bit behind on ideas. I'm surprised why. I guess they could have been so could be fighting a lot, but not fighting that much. Respectable manpower, just behind Russia though. And yeah, when they finish this, they'll gain 15% discipline. They have gone Protestant, fair enough. Interesting to see they're not picking the morale and discipline, but production efficiency for now and adult baptism, yeah, probably useful to convert right now. No questions about it. Economy is present, but could be better. Are they? God, they're fighting pretty badly. I was gonna say. Every time I see the symbol, I think, oh god, are they bankrupt as well? But no, they're fine. But yeah, economy could be better. But for the third time today, if it could be better, it could also be a lot worse. Reasonable expansions into here now. Probably will feed in the rest of Aragon. And we'll field Castile the rest of well. Look at that reconquest on Castile. Morocco were to grab that, then that'd be huge. But yeah, interesting how they split up the borders. Very historical, shall we say? I feel like this follows a line. Just can't remember which one. But there we go. And then on from that to Ayutthaya, the last person on the list before we're done and dusted with this. Who, well, looks like they got slightly beaten up, shall we say, by Malacca. So they probably want some of these cores back, to say the least, but it is what it is. At least, hey, they got the Grand Palace of Bangkok, which is useful for guarding camp, but not much more beyond that. And also, they will be entering. I think, yeah, they will be, because no legitimacy and absolute lack of prestige would do that to how they do on tech. Actually, give up on tech and not too far behind on ideas, but there we go. Oh, Tuscany. Yeah, well, it's a nicer colour, you know. Why not? I'm not actually sure exactly what you get out of it, but there we go. They've also been... oh, they are Protestant, yeah. Actually, the Pope's doorstep, if anything, but it is what it is. Going back to Ayutthaya, I do want to check their army size, given they are back at it. Oh! VJ just broke, or either accepted rebels. Eu4 forced them, actually substantial. They may have a chance in one against Malaya here. And do they have... they do not, but they have 5% in their ideas. Their ideas aren't exactly bad. Okay, 50% and national manpower modifier is about as good as it gets, but it is what it is. No real debt, and the economy is big enough for the area, shall we say. So probably could Death War to get their course back, but it is what it is. And that kind of goes through the whole list. So people be doing player wars right now, but in all fairness, a lot of AI's dipping has kind of disallowed people to just go and eat them instead. How are the Congolese Mexicans doing? Actually eating? Looks like it. They could really use the gold province, which is something they're definitely lacking. Hey, console development 25 cap already. But there we go. A bit cursed, they're still fetishist, but you know. You work with what you got. And as I finish, should be lagging behind. And actually, there is another thing I do want to check out, and that is the score. No, Mr. Yeah, no, you're the only one lagging behind. But there we go. Right. Moment of truth. Who's winning? Delhi, Russia, France, Malacca, Songhai. Well, rest in peace on high for a bit here. And Morocco, not too far behind. Actually, relatively competitive still. Not anyone really running away with it. Ottomans surprisingly lower, I guess, but they have been uncontested in their cards. Japan only really getting carried by their card. Same can be said for Egypt. Most people up here have their cards. France got their second one, and where is that? On. Oh, but okay. Right, well, surprised they're still keeping on with that despite the English core, the French core, but there we go. Also, yes, yeah, the orthodoxy doesn't help. Inspire confidence, but there we go, right. Orthodox Britain, you love to see it. You do love to see it. God, they love that, but there we go. That's it. We will get next card in 2 years, actually. As yeah, Russia got their card. Denmark, yeah, no chance. England also no chance. Wow, double card on Picardy. That's. See, Westphalia, yeah, very, very unlikely to ever get this. They will need to beat up France proper. Prussia will actually have a relatively easy time now if they just decide to, yeah, Denmark eating time. Go and pick up that card, which I think they do because, yeah, that's the subject of them. Makes sense. It's a decent chunk of dev worth of feeding to do here, so why not export it to a subject? Beyond that, actually, and let me do double checking this thing. Yeah, as usual, this card combination and Pope and Tuscany also getting hard missiles. Morocco getting their card at least. And I'm expecting. Throw. Next one to be on someone like France. Yeah, Mami with that one is a bit awkward. Mawar with that card, and oh, VJ at least has theirs. Delhi, well, you've got a victory card on your capital. Really tells you everything you need to know about getting lucky with victory cards. But there we go. Malaya has their card, and Ayutthaya, yeah, I don't see them getting that, but it is what it is. Japan has their card, and Yuan's longer player. Jordan, I don't think our little friend here is big enough for a card. No. But there we go. Right. Too many ice for people to eat. Not enough there was. But it is kind of in the middle, weird lull. I did skip last session, only 20 minutes happening the entire thing. Why are we speed 2? Let's try speed 3, see if we can handle it, at least. Josh does not like that month tick, I can tell you right away. Beyond that, yeah. Well, it is speed 3 because, yep, I'm in abuse all the time. But yeah, I think it is time to try speed 3, namely because, well, most of the time people are unplayable, hence speed 2, but at the same time have to let speed 3 happen once in a decade. And hopefully people do handle it. In terms of performance, of course. I stand by everything I ever said, in which, unless I don't stand by, in which case I take it back. But there we go, right. Yeah, Josh just lagging behind us. Not a pleasure this thing, but no player will say, hey, should be able to get away with it, right? Speed 3, but it is what it is. Right. Sorry about that, but there we go. Be popular today. Here are the Ottomans beat up. Kiki. Mami took a weird bite out of the Ottomans, saying that. assuming to nick Persian trade, which mostly been nicked by the Russians as of right now. Well, given the lack of the size of their army, they really do need it. But yeah, that's the thing with Persia. Even with just a really relatively bad local amount of production, just because you exist next to a lot of good nodes. Well, Basra and Samarkand, all of India basically able to flow into you. It's just a good node all around, but there we go. Right, otherwise, yeah, Ottomans can eat up a lot of this. Is Iraq a vassal of, yeah, QQ. Rest in peace QQ, and rest in peace Georgia, who was a very disloyal march, but there we go. As for Transox, yeah, probably will be Russian food sooner rather than later, although, yeah, Russian food. That is bringing us to a good point as well. Renaissance did spawn Ferrara and colonialism in Lincolnshire. They've thankfully gone back on the whole Irish primary culture, thankfully. But they still have Irish ideas, which I would agree are better, so there we go, yep. Thumbs up on that one. Beyond that, yeah, they've gone back from Irish primary culture, which has changed the names back, thankfully. Because that was rather unreadable for me, but there we go. Going back to Ottomans as well. I guess, yeah, Persia into them, but the thing with Persia is that it doesn't actually help them. Best case scenario, they do want Astrakhan and they want to pull into Astrakhan Crimea, because they don't have Aleppo to, well, use Persia for. But there we go. There we go, right. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, land is land, and they're taking good chunks of it. Unironically, actually working through quite a bit of their missions. Eventually we'll be in a position to take Serbia here. And yeah, the rest of land here. Well, Latvia is known as, historically, as a rather poor area, ironically enough, but it's just, yeah, it's poor, but look at the farmlands, it's so devil. And there we go, Grace the Apprentice industry happened in a subject. Now I think this becomes international bookkeeping. Yep, it gets rid of grain for a good resource. So Moravia will get a nice thing. Moravia is being a subject of Prussia. Okay. Prussia having quite a few subjects in the area, but it kind of makes sense working around their guarding cap one way or another. Better still to ask, I guess. How is the Prussian economy now they're starting to eat bigger and better bites of Lübeck? Looking better, although trade still leaves things to be desired. The bunch have been nicked towards English Channel sooner rather than later. Alright, and yeah, VC's time. That's the thing to talk over. Okay. Westphalia has to pick an enemy here. And so has Prussia now. And ooh, France being inspired a bit further into going to Italy, which, yeah. Interesting choice. Okay, Morocco getting it on the Niger Bend. That's, well, yeah. Just the strongest trade power here, and yes. Okay, they got their merchant in there. If they trade company this, then they can't. Same continent. I guess for the market at best, but there we go. Yeah, definitely need to eat more here, especially now on their victory card. Gao itself being a beautiful city. Surprised they didn't do this on a gold province. I definitely would have gone for the gold province. It's a great development trick, but I guess it does like to run out at high developments, so can't blame them too much. And there we go, Papal State taking a grab of that. Have they exited their peasant school yet? They have, okay. And can at least start slowly looking at recovering. Sooner rather than later. How do they manage to backbar themselves? And yeah, France. Eating what they can. And there we go, they formed Texas. Not a surprise there, Texas ideas are basically as good as you get MP-wise without the 5% discipline, which is really saying a lot. So they're taking heat pods don't give damage, that's fair. 5 damage receipt and morale of armies as your open and finisher. Next thing to say about that, prestige kind of helps, but land 5 damage, and notice how well that stacks with 5 damage receipt as well. Very good at the whole gun thing, turns out, Texans are. Kind of ironic as well, that's the 4th of July stream, but yeah, Texans are good at gunning, so we'll bear that in mind. As much as Josh is good at lagging behind on speed 3. Guess on the month stick, but it is what it is. And importantly, they also have dev cost reduction. And a bit of armor tradition decay, or a substantial bit as well. So, sums up from me idea wise. But yeah, sort of deadly peaceful world. That isn't exactly fighting anyone major either. Just, yeah, taking the remainder bites of this. Or well, I guess what's left of it. The borders here are definitely very frantic. Getting them in a second kind of deal, but it is what it is. How is Vijayanagar looking economy-wise? Ooh, could be still better now that they have broken, I guess. Lack of tolerance doesn't pay, but it is what it is. I do want to check. Have I been pinged? No, I have not. Okay. Thought I got pinned then. That was awkward. Right. But yeah, VJ can't work through the. Their ideas, they will be fine here. The better question to ask, I think Mawar will probably want to look at them and go in, or vice versa. But now they've been allied with Delhi, so I guess that's not an option. Mawar, are they still? Okay, yeah. Get him any mission restraints they can, but there we go. Right. Still got their 5.5% interest loans because stab hurts, but there we go. And God, poor Yuan. This kids is why you don't take the mana at MP, especially when tributaries are banned, because ouch. You're actually gonna break here. 200 Tengri Zealots, which won't even break them, God. Ouch. But there we yep, SP2 Westphalia and Russia in the player war. Is that an actual player war? Something tells me it's not. Something tells me it's not. Humiliation. Yeah, 3 monarch points. Well, when in Rome. When in Rome indeed. Right, what else can we... yeah. Damn, you're getting me excited for a playable. I had a lot of them happen last session. I think in last session lasted all 20 minutes and people really died there. Shame I could have made that one, but it is what it is. Weather map modes, God. That'd be cursed. Right. Beyond that, Powers Brush are doing. Standard admin take, they don't want to take both of them, but instead of max admin 2. Wow. Cool special. Do we get a list of events? I am going to see. Do want to see the dynamics of well, what exactly will happen once we just do decide to go for their victory cards. Oh yeah, also, should probably... Because their subjects will go bully the Hungarians. Really do want to piece that out. Unless, I guess, they do want to... Interesting. Are they moving in against Moldavia here or something? Moldavia's here? AKA the Ottomans. Ottomans are not being allied with... I was about to say not being allied with Mamluks, but that's because the Mamluks are not a thing anymore and they formed Persia. Which is one way to improve your ideas, I guess. That's... Didn't they have to unstatify an ungodly amount of land for that? They did. Well, that's going to hurt your admin for a while, but it is what it is. Yeah, that's going to hurt your admin for a while. Especially with 76 Dev Cairo being just a province. Is their capital now here? Still the main trading pool. Okay. With that, did they go feudal theocracy? Yep. One of the few ways to get this government forming Persia. The other West is, of course, involving things like uniting Islam and the usual fun and games, but there we go. Relatively cheap way to get that for yourself. God, yeah, that's and you get substantial enforcement from the whole lack of cause and everything, but it is what it is. Will hurt. This transition will hurt them for a while, but there we go. In all fairness, another thing to say is Mamluk ideas really get a lot of flack. They're not that bad. But it is what it is. Do want to see you on collapse though, slowly but surely. Oh, that's the wrong button. I'm assuming Siberian frontiering. That they are. Yeah. So they need another what? 65, 66, they need another 24 provinces occupied. Which sounds like a lot, but in all fairness, Yuan is slowly but surely trying to work against that. Although with 50%. Yeah, that won't be pretty, and there goes Kazakh, or bits of it anyway. In rather cursed degrees. Unfortunately, then breaking, of course, does reset that. Where is... Oh, okay, Delhi is dealing with their rebels for them. That's an interesting change. Oh, because Delhi is murdering them. That would also do it. That would also do it indeed. Wait, are they fighting this? Can't be surprised. Looks like they are. Why would they? Because there's free revanchism surely for you, if they just lose it. Well, you don't get revanchism from humiliation actually. I think you may lose stuff if they humiliate, but... Yeah, if anything, you're also... It really should be out because you're just going to get your subjects slaughtered here. And your subjects are about to be slaughtered. I think that's a back row. That is a back row. And look at that morale difference. And discipline difference. Yep, that's a dead subject. Not sure why the hell they're doing that, but it is what it is. Right. And, oh god, you can see the wasteland here. Right. Is Eu4 slowly but surely recovering? I want to say yes. Because this is definitely not something nice to look at, but there we go. Religion map mode in China, I don't even know. Oh my god, why did I... Propagating religion. A bunch of Confucian. A lot of Sunni. A lot of animist. Is that Buddhism? I think that light blue is... No, that's light blue is Buddhist occupations, question mark. Let's Sikh occupations of Confucian land. A bit of Tengri, a lot of Buddhist. More Tengri in random bits. Just... I mean, I don't know, I'm sold. And a different type of Buddhist. Was there not to love? Was there not to love? Maps like this make me really want to go humanist. In future, but at the same time going religious does allow me to fix the map a lot easier. As painful as that is. Right. Another thing actually I do want to check out is France and the level of eating. The main thing I am looking out for, as it were, is the Iron French Wars of Religion. Okay, I'll see if they would avoid that or not. Oh, they need a lot of religious unity to go out of them. Get out of that. I don't think they get any buffs towards the religious unity is the issue. Yeah, it doesn't seem they do. That's going to be kind of tough to get through for themselves, but there we go. French Wars of Religion is an awkward one to avoid, but rather avoidable in that regard. I'm assuming they're just taking this and then going to let the English have the rest of the English Channel node, given how allied they have been. Okay, I think GB will be getting ready to integrate Flanders because they're definitely not feeding any more land. Which makes sense, but another question I do want to check. So they have the Dutch Revolt. They don't actually, surprisingly, but it is what it is. But they've enforced religion in Flanders, so there we go. You can tell by their increase in disloyalty. Did they placate them or anything? Yeah, placated. 5 times, I think, at least. And they've dealt them a decent chunk. There they go, yeah, probably explains why they have no prestige to their name. Hey, free manpower. Wow, GB really getting that manpower going for themselves. But I guess that's the power of orthodoxy. It's the power of orthodoxy to you. Right. What is also their fleets? Transports, a couple heavies. More transports, lights. Yeah, for something called the British Navy, they really are actually lacking one kind of. And the red here in Texas as well, that's just blending in at best. Blending in at best. Are they... not their war, fair enough. And yeah. Caddo fleet encircled, looks like there won't be a Caddo comeback today. Oh, can you hear that? I really thought the mic suppression thing would eat that. Apologies about that. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm having dinner as well. There's just no player wars. Look at these fake player wars going on. And there goes Yarkland as well, so that's not a fun one. And wow, when Manchu's getting... Ooh. Yeah. Well, more food around for Delhi, I guess. Just for the ASMR, but I also need it. Oh my god, that's a lot of chew. I don't think I've ever seen this stack before. I'm assuming, yeah, standard Chinese ideas. No surprise there, but yeah. Attack nonetheless. Well, now you're making it weird, Samir. Thank you. And yeah, okay, Westphalia, Russia, peace out. I'm assuming, or at least peace Russia out of it. Yeah, that'll be a humiliator then. Ah, can force religion. Well, show strength for each one at point as well. Can take the Miltech, but might as well wait for institution, which they are getting, albeit on the rather slow end. Yeah. I'd love to see European Berg. Assuming not integrating because, yeah. Cost them a while. I do want to see when they will integrate the Palatinate though, and thankfully it is a normal subject, so before you integrate them, if they're loyal, you can just yeet, 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 and yeet, and boom, they're a lot cheaper to integrate now. After you consolidated. Because, yeah, a lot less to quote unquote core for you. I really hate the Italian borders, in my opinion, by the way. I really think that if they were going to do this, Tuscany should have gotten Venice here, but there we go. At least boats still had Urbino. And then kind of escaping into that bit of the Venice node. As weird as that is. France picking up on more natives, well, not natives, but European natives, I guess. And I think, is that finally it for Poland? I think that's finally it for Poland. God, they've really defined all rights to exist this long. You can see there was a player, but then yeah, espionage ideas kind of gives that away. Kept up on tech best they could, but yeah, they've got nothing. No real chance to fight back here. Of course, well, you know, AI, they've lost this war decades ago. Rest in peace, Poland, which means you're probably approaching our final borders up here, in Russian borders. Surprised Russia didn't go for Podlasie, but it is what it is. Could have had nicer borders. Could have certainly had nicer borders, but there we go. And of course this is Hungary, yep. Is Westphalia going to win this? And they're close actually, wow, surprisingly. Oh, we just need to carpet, yeah. Free real estate in that regard, and also, yeah, I don't know if they will take the interest or not. Could use it in fairness. Oh, they have some. Do you want to see if Tuscany wants to fight back for their cause against the French? But the issue is, I guess, is what can they call in? The Pope and not much else. They can somehow get Westphalian Prussia in on this, then that would be more of a fair fight. But England is slowly but surely also putting themselves up to the point where they can fight. And Morocco, well, it's always been a position where it can fight. The only surprising amount of trade power here. Now as well, do need that 50%, and I think they will. Was that restore Andalus? I'm not sure if there's any until the end of the game modifiers they want to go for. Yeah, not global tariffs. Not global tariffs, I'll tell you that much. This would be nice. 10% heavy ship reliability. The Morocco is kind of unique in the regard that it has a lot of until the end of the game buffs without being an end tank. So you kind of you have to kind of let it up. Okay, how long do I stay in Morocco with slightly worse ideas versus going Andalusian? Because these ideas in MP really, I mean, Raid Coast is good. Beyond that, will enable force them and a bit of attrition for enemies. Yay, I guess. Galley combat ability is great on current patch because galleys are the meta, but beyond that, all the cost advisory, the culture is actually reasonable. So is idea cost, but it's like these ideas would be good as a secondary thing to have, you know, your solid national manpower, your disciplines. But otherwise, yeah. Leave things to be desired. Oh, Ottomans in Russia. Was that an actual war? No, no, not again. Djibouti yet again. That's the... Let me check. Yep, humiliating. And God, what the hell did they actually take that? That's so cursed. It was a humiliation war, but there we go. Well, Ottoman's taken a 5-4-3-1 general into that front line. I think a bit of an overkill arguably, but there we go. Yeah, no complete slaughter here. What's left? Rest in peace. Rest in pieces. Yeah, an offensive. I would disagree though with in terms of current meta. Of course, we're not here, but with quantity, econ, quality, current meta from what I would say has would be trade, not innovativeness. I think the reason for that is innovativeness. While yes, you have the 10% we have the 10% morale of armies policy, 10% infantry ability policy. Infantry ability is not how you end up dealing most of the damage, and trade really gives you a lot of money to work with, especially with the policies. Beyond that, yes, offensive as well, 5% discipline and force limit. You cannot say no to it. There's even some builds where you go quantity econ offensive instead of quality. It's a bit of a gamble, but if you play your manpower well enough, you can get away with quantity third. But yeah, no, sorry, quantity econ offensive into quality last. You can kind of get away with quantity first to just get even more quality out on the table. But beyond that, yeah, no. Defense I've also seen pop up in the yeah, the thing is, trade on its own just has a lot of really useful things if you want to maximize your trade, no question about it. And the policies with trade work really well in that, well, if we look here, basically, you have your goods produced, econ and trade efficiency, production efficiency, just, and another trade with trade efficiency modifier. You get a lot of trade efficiency, but yeah. But that's the thing, like late game though. Well, I don't know. That's the problem. Is that inherently, yes, money becomes later, not an issue come 1800s, etc. But I'd argue it's not an issue because you have so much money from things like trade. And inherently, bankruptcy warring really is enough of an issue where I would jeopardize the ideal endgame 1800s build to go trade earlier, because just the trade earlier is yeah. Well, it has gone to the point now where even if I'm sweating single player, I still end up going quantity trade because of just how powerful it is, even in general. But of course, single player, you tend to go to things like administrator as well for CCR reduction, because you're usually going for something like world conquesty or conquest heavy for achievements. Depends on your playstyle, of course. Another thing I would like to say was that as a single player, religious I also find kind of useful in that regard, but it is what it is. Like, in single player, diplomatic is a very solid idea group, but you would never see anyone in MP get diplomatic. But there we go. Well, that's the thing, you'd say that, and Ottoman's economy is present. I will not deny them that. Granted, there's a lot of spoils of war right now. But they're definitely not leading up for it, and they can definitely get a much better economy. I would still say current meta is trade, but I can see place for innovativeness. I guess the best concern is that instead of trade, what innovativeness? With the innovativeness 30% infantry down to 10% infantry combat ability nerf, really makes it pale in comparison. Because again, come late game, infantry is not how you're dealing damage. It's all about the cavalry. It's all about the cavalry. God, imagine that meta. No, it's all about the artillery. And hence 10% infantry combat ability just helps your infantry do damage. It doesn't help them stand in the battle, which is what infantry is mostly for. But come late game. Well, that's the actual thing. Ottomans get their troops straight in the last 100 years of the game because the Anatolian pips after 1700s are terrible. Genuinely one of the worst pips in the game. And the reason, like in MP, you either overcome that through sheer size, or you don't overcome that and they get your troops shredded. I think by endgame, Anatolian pips are comparable to West African, which, yeah, leaves things to be desired. Western kind of chugs along middle of the pack until the 1700s when they really start to shine. Eastern are kind of budget Western, I find, in terms of text groups. Indian tech groups, they kind of shine in the around Tech 10 to be the leaders, and India also kind of, the power projection of that is disproportionately large. But yeah, Anatolian, complete early game dominance on the pips, very good early game pips. But yeah, I don't know if it's Tech 15, but I definitely know that by 1700s with West. I think it's a switch with Western. Not sure if it's Tech 15. I think Tech 15 they stopped being dominant, like the best idea group by Tech 15, definitely. by Tech 15, they're definitely not best idea group. Don't quote me on that. But by 1700s, which is around Tech 20-ish. Do not quote me on that as well. I do not know the techs compared to dates. I really should have I really should know this one, but yeah. Yeah, again, 1700s Western pips are the best, which, well, it's Europa Universalis after all, but, you know, it is what it is. That is the one, I think, well, the quote-unquote 2 things ever since the release of EU4 that have not been changed for the purpose of keeping, you know, Europeans have an inherent advantage. Like, sure, institutions most of the time force spawn in Europe, but you can spawn them, like, if you play Congo, you go colonial, you can spawn colonialism in Congo, the usual things, you know. I think tech groups and trade, although to a much lesser extent, but still hard-coded trade with the hard-coded nodes, are the last 2 truly Eurocentric things left in EU4, where you can do as amazingly as you can in the other part of the world, but you can never... Europeans will still have an inherent advantage. Everything else, from institutions to economies to development to everything. If you're doing, it's obviously harder outside of Europe, but if you're a good enough player, you can do it. But yeah, no. Current meta, I guess, yeah. Innovative, I think, is also going to be better if you have, I guess, yeah, the money to play with. But the thing with money is that it's always better to have more money with more money. And with a lot of extensive buildings going up from universities to, well, you're forced to make camps and barracks, I still would argue that money is better than the situation. But no, I can see innovativeness isn't wrong, I guess is a better way of putting it under current meta. For example, if I see someone in MP and I see they open with espionage, I can tell you that's wrong. Innovativeness I might disagree with, but I'm not going to say that's wrong, I just disagree that it's the best. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Surprisingly, actually, yeah, I have found that is East African kind of picks up to be okay by endgame, but they're never the best, and they really do suffer from early game from I think until Tech 15, and even then they're kind of meh at best. One thing I will yeah, that's the issue is having an ally focused trade and focusing on yourself on the military is it's very easy for the ally to get a new ally, and you really shouldn't, you know. The best kind of alliance is an alliance of convenience where you're both getting something out of the alliance. If your alliance is just there in verbal because, you know, you both agreed to it beforehand, it's way too much of an incentive for one of the players to backstab the other one. And that's why I tend to avoid those. I mean, I do say that as a person who, when I used to play GCs, backstabbed I think every single GC, but at the same time, you know, it is what it is. And very much depends on your ally, depends on your position. Like, for example, if you're in the Persia node, and you're trying to play around the Persia node, which currently, I guess, Persia's trying to get into themselves, QQ was playing around that earlier. Trade, I would argue, is a lot better for trying to suck things out of India. But if you're trying to work with the Indians instead, and you have alliances set up with the Indians and you're trying to expand into Europe, then I can see a point where you don't go into trade and go innovatives to get that slight edge in combat, but don't know if that's really enough. Well, you say that, but an alliance of convenience... Specialization is always best, sure, but the inherent issue of specialization is a bit too easy to... It's a lot inherently less stable, you know. In a system where 3 tags don't specialize and all 3 tags can do well between themselves, even if they're not allied and one of the players, for example, has a real-life emergency and can't make it, or one of the players dies, you still have 2 functioning countries. If you have 3 players that all specialize, one into military, one into trade, one into navy, and then, like, for example, the military man dies, well, you can have the worst trade in the game, but if France can just walk over you with 100 times your army strength, well, that's not going to go well for you. Yeah, there is an argument in that regard, but you also have to draw the line of economy as a military buff. Quality, and I think EU4 really demonstrates, especially in current patches, that quantity has a quality of its own. In that, yes, okay, 1-on-1, even if you kill double my troops in a battle over me, which is absurd rates, if I outnumber you 3-1 on manpower, I will win. And I think a lot of mistakes that I see, I don't know if they're even called mistakes, they're at best described as agreements. Let's look at Mawar here. Is that Mawar, because they are Indian culture group, or I think because they're Sikh, one of the two, they have a unique thing where they go strengths of the Khalsa. They get a bit of tolerance of heretics and heathens and morale of armies. Single player tolerance of heretics and heathens you would probably take, especially going humanist. But given that they've also got Save the Burning World, probably not going humanist. And also 5% morale of armies. 5% morale of armies, you'd think, great, that's a military buff. But what you're actually doing is that you're giving up 15% national manpower modifier. And that is a lot, especially with the nerf to the nobility estate from the getting 100% national manpower and 100% nobility crown land ownership to 25% national manpower modified, 100% crown land ownership. Nobility crown land ownership, which is still a lot, 25% national manpower, don't get me wrong, but you know, it's not too major, meaning that yet again, the manpower from strength and nobility privileges matters substantially more, you would argue here. And again, it's people like their space marines. You can definitely have a functioning economy without trade, there's no denying, but you get a better economy with trade. And if you're death warring and you're fighting with every merc on the line and you're going to be bankrupt at the end of it, well, that economy is directly proportional to your ability to fight. There's no denying that. I'm not saying that you need trade, but it definitely still helps. And given its current popularity, I think trade is here to stay unless we see some serious nerfs. I would definitely, however, agree that I think it was the Emperor patch that decreased the infantry combat ability from innovativeness by 20% from 30 down to 10. Going trade was incredibly greedy, and innovativeness was the better way to go. I would definitely say that. Oh, yeah. Well, feel free to pop back into the community. Leviathan is left a couple of things to be desired, but in all fairness, it has been substantially nerfed now to the point where it's still, you know, rather playable. One thing I would say now is, yeah, if you look at innovativeness, if you're speaking from 6 months ago, I actually completely agree with you. 6 months ago, yeah, innovativeness 30% for compatibility was the way to go. But if you look here, innovativeness quality, what's the policy? It's 10% infantry compatibility, not 30, and that's the thing. When it's a rather substantial nerf to the point where economics, the bonus of economics. The economic bonus of trade is substantially better. There's very little I can deny there. Fair enough. Well, you know, university has a way of being a time sink, to say the least. But yeah, enjoy that the best you can. Was it 20? I thought it was 30 originally. I remember it being 30. I think it was actually 20, but I will double check later, because I remember it. Oh, either it was 20 nerfed to 10, or it was 30 not nerfed by 20. But there we go. Yeah. Anyway, beyond that, not much more to say. Otherwise, yeah. In general, what I will say is, I guess my cynicism of people means that I'm scared of quote-unquote specialising with allies, but of course if you can specialise and you can rely on them to be there, then it's better. But yeah, if there's 20, yeah, I think it makes more sense. But then again, it would not be the first time Paradox has an absurd modifier. I think on release, Austria started with 15 dip rep, and finishing quality ideas gave you 15% discipline. So, you know, won't be the first time Paradox did it, but yeah. Because it was 20, okay, fair enough. So that's the thing, it was not nerfed by 20, it was 20 nerfed down to 10. Makes sense. So of course, don't get me wrong, infantry combat ability, you would take that any day of the week, but there's money to be made there. Anyway, it's just everyone beating up the Russians. No, it's just Russia being called into every single player war under the sun. Why are the Ottomans in this? Hungary is defended by Russia and the Ottomans. Okay. I do love to see Russia actually bothering to defend. God. Don't know why they're doing that, but there they go. I would honestly just let Hungary die at this point. Take them out of their misery. Yeah, Ripron. But yeah. Yeah, well. Hey, if you had fun during your 5 years, then it is where it is. There is I still hopefully functional link to the current Discord community where I am hosting. If you want to join that, of course, do come along. We have there's quite a few people who get, shall we say, invited to a lot more serious communities of the current GC that I host as well. This is definitely more of a beginner one, but there's still enough of a player base of a lot more experienced players who definitely know what they're doing a lot more as well. So, you know, there's that for your regards. So feel free to join in that if you wish. Otherwise, yeah. Well, if you manage your time well, you can definitely make time at uni. I know I have. But yeah. And another thing actually that I've realised is that it's not session 3. It's actually session 5. I did actually miss session 4 last week. I had to have another person host me. That was awkward, but there we go. It is session 5 now. But yeah, well, nice to see you pop in. Feel free to join them. Feel free to join us beyond that. Yeah. Also, just the record, there is a 10-second stream delay. Of well, I see your messages instantly, but of course my response. It's to prevent the bare minimum of stream sniping, because they used to suffer a lot of that. But there we go. Anyway, to go back to that, it does seem that Russia's actually going to fight the Pope here, which is not a good thing for the Pope. Yeah. And wow, full Streltsy regiments. Ouch. Josh and France are actually both subbing. They're not there for this session, but okay. Yeah, in that regard, that's fair. But the issue with laid-back games is that it's not that it's more laid-back, it's that the people who are really good can take a laid-back game, and the people who are just learning can learn by looking at what the laid-back people who are good at are doing, as in learn the right things without like sweating out of, oh, I need to truth break 5 people to expand as fast as possible, which, you know, has its up and downs. I mean, if we look at people like Armentine on GB, I haven't seen the Man of Peace in like the last hour and a half, last 2 hours actually now. Going constantly at it, and he is rewarded by an incredibly strong country right now. Really good manpower compared to everyone else. Very good force limit. Just missing quality, and then he'll be an absolute monster because he's also got Irish ideas with orthodoxy. So, you know, no question about it. Very good colonial empire he's picking up. At the same time, however, I have to, you know, say that a person like Tunis, whose idea choice is quantity innovative trade. Okay, well, very interesting order. No economic as well, which is crucial for deving. They can survive, is the long and short of it, even if they are just sitting on it around for most of that game. Right. Better yet, yeah, and even smaller tags like Texas, which realistically at this point have not much in terms of an army, can kind of get away with existing. Yeah. Oh, the natives like 15 tags behind. I think the natives are like 15 tags behind here. Yeah, but still, they're out very substantially outnumbered, so I don't know why they decided to go in here, but... God. Must be really depressing being a native. You outnumber the enemy 5-1 and then you can't even win the battle. I think they're actually going to kill more than... Yep. Oh, there's even a free company, God. Well, there we go. Right. Yeah, well, in Tunis's defense, I think this is his first MP game, and he has around 150 hours in the game, so... My point being is that a player like him doesn't get murdered. Mainly because his line wasn't that good. there was a player in Castile, for example, who definitely got murdered because people wanted his land. But, you know, that's that. That is the thing as well, but I would like to remind you, well, I guess, if you're not playing in 6 months, you won't know. There is a beautiful feature on the current patch called Consecrating Development. If you notice, a lot of people, their capitals have a disproportionately huge amount of development. Like, if you look at Paris, like, 59 dev Paris, Jesus. 77 dev London. I mean, Moscow at 87 dev. And the reason for that is that, for example, if we click on Westphalia, because I know they definitely have as an option, for every subject you can do this thing called Consecrated Development, where the subject loses development in this land, and it goes towards your capital and some other states, done in a weird, dodgy paradox math. And the thing with Consolidated Development is they consolidate colonies. And now with the like current patch being a bit focused on the whole subject interactions, you can actually get a lot more out of your colonies. But in general, I agree, yes. African trade companies are the way to go. You can get so much more money out of them that way, and you actually get stuff in terms of your military strength. So to answer your question, they should be doing both, which is exactly what GB is doing here. They have their colony in Africa, well, at least one. They're literally going in against the Congo right now. There they go. Yep, in 3 wars at once. They have their little colony in Zambia. And yep, making some trade from the Ivory Coast as well. It's great to see, but crazy. Yeah, well, it's not like worth it. I'd say you still get more out of colonizing Spain, colonizing Africa. But I think what my best point is that GB is doing both. But yeah. And also, well, before I do fully agree with that, the reminder that a big reason why going Africa is good is because then you can start nicking trade from places like Zanzibar. You can start nicking it from like Gulf of Aden. You can start nicking it from India, and that's the main thing, nicking the Indian trade. And of course, anything that gets the Indian trade is amazing. You know, it basically carries the entire Persian node on itself, the Indian trade. But if there's already a lot of players here, then that can severely dampen that effect of it. Beyond that, no, I still agree with you. Trade companies are ridiculously strong. Although at the same time, we have to admit, looking at English Channel, we are getting what? A decent chunk from the colonies still. Worth the trade. Like all around. Interesting how they're steering this around. I actually would disagree with the steering. I think they're better off steering this across because they're retaining a lot here. But there we go. At least a couple ducats. Yeah, now that I've looked at it, yeah, fair enough. They're really not getting a lot out of the Americas, but there we go. You can go into further than Malaya, and Malaya is incredibly strong, especially under current patch, because what's happened is they've added the new trade route cloves, which is 8 ducats current price. Production leader bonus, of course, giving you goods produced, and if you're trading it, you get trade efficiency, which is just good. You get local trade power for just producing it. It's just a really, really amazing trade good, which makes sense. Spice Islands are finally, you know, actually worth beating the Spice Islands. But, I mean, they were good beforehand, but even now they're just really strong. So Malaya, and especially with a lot more dev going to Southeast Asia with the Leviathan update, there's a lot more provinces here now. This is a lot stronger. There's a good 50 ducat city here, and this is still 1550s. With a Malaya that's not expanded too aggressively. You know, no trade ideas to put it this way. But yeah. Oh yeah, you're gonna actually hate this. You're gonna hate this World Cup. But the current meta is actually everything about the galleys. It's because of Paradox's absolute genius decision that actually I'm very tempted to mod out if I do want to do modding for making. You tell me, I tell you. Making like an E4 balance mod. Why has Paradox buffed the galleys to the point of absurdity? Well, a Carrack has 50 cannons with a combat width of there we go. Yeah, with a combat width of 3. So reminder that means for 3 combat widths we're getting 50 cannons. However, a war galley has a combat width of 0.5. That means for every Carrack in the battle, we can get 6 war galleys in the battle. Which means compared to the heavy ships having 50 cannons in the battle, we now get 90 cannons from 4 galleys. And yes, we get a lot less health, but because we literally outgunned them almost 2-1, and it's a lot easier to stack galley buffs from, you know, naval doctrines and just, you know, in general naval ideas, if you decide to go that, have more galley compatibility that way. Oh dear. Well, hopefully he comes back. But my point being, yeah, it's kind of depressing. It's kind of depressing. I think Paradox will eventually fix this because I don't think it was intentional, but their main concern was kind of well made, that galleys are meant to succeed in inland seas, and heavy ships were clapping heavy ships like no tomorrow inside inland seas. I think that's what they went for. But yeah, current meta is very much galleys, and galleys all the way. Haven't seen naval combat in fairness. This is just what people have talked about it, but yeah. No, naval combat is just a suggestion at best. I'll have to give you that. And hey, Morocco war with Prussia. And let me guess. That's just their meeting Timbuktu. Yep. Prussia eating Hungary now. Delicious. I guess probably coming to save the Pope. Yeah, I would say that. Yep, and Tuscany's here to go save the Pope. Makes sense. Oh, humiliation. That's awkward. Kind of almost went for that. Yeah, Papal State, not looking too good, are they? Basically, as mentioned earlier, Russia decided to, hey, you know what, I'm actually going to help the Hungarians this time and march their army down, which obviously poor little Pope was not prepared for and absolutely melted. And the Ottomans are also involved in that war, and their subjects went down to help, which isn't the best, but there we go. Yeah, I would actually, and this is the thing, if you know you're going to death war in like the first 1450s, right? And you've just scraped Admin Tech 5 kind of thing. And you need to, like, it's a do or death situation. In that, and you're also like an OPM in Europe. That is the one time I would say take quality first. And then dump it for quantity econ. If for that super early death war. Because quality opens, ironically enough, and this is going to be really ironic, with relatively easy to get infantry compatibility, dump attrition, and then cavalry compatibility. And since literally the entire army starts with just infantry and cavalry, just having these 3 openers in quality can actually go a long way in win your death wars. Especially when it's early game as well, you'll be fighting a lot more with mercs, so the inherent quantity advantages of manpower recovery, regiment costs equivalent will not be that big. You will also have to set yourself back because you will have to dev, so you will have to drop quality for quantity, but it is what it is. Okay, that's fair. You could also take defensive. Actually, yeah, no. In that regard, that's right. You can take defensive. I guess it's a way of putting it that. Yeah, you're right. I don't think a position exists then. But in a very weird theoretical position where you want to death war, but then you don't want to drop an idea group, you can take quality econ quantity at severe damage to yourself. But the issue is, even doing that, you're better off dropping quality for quantity early for deving. So yeah, no, you're right. You probably take just the first 2 defensive then, and just drop it completely afterwards. Yeah, you will take defensive then. Yeah, no, fair enough. No, yeah, no, I actually agree with you there. You would take defensive first of all. That's fair. Morale early game really wins the battles, and that's the thing with early game. It's not about an endurance battle of do you have enough manpower or not. It's a win the battles, stack wipe the enemy, and morale definitely helps with winning the battles and getting those stack wipes. No questions about it. And yeah, rest in peace to Songhai. That's the weird thing. I saw them join the lobby earlier. Yeah, that's the thing. I actually would agree with you here. Quality, it's like, it's a worth. You get the drawbacks of not having a quantity for deving, but you don't get as much advantage as going for defensive for that death war, and you also have to go 3 early in. So Yeah, fair enough. I can see it. Otherwise, yeah, no. And as for the E4 community getting better, well, yeah. I would say there's still enough in terms of new people joining to to be relatively chill in that regard. Of course, again, pointing at Tunis, who has managed to endure this entire time. But at the same time, yes, definitely the skill ceilings has increased very substantially. No questions asked there. And I think if from horror stories I've heard, shall we say, from more competitive servers, I think there was one player who's, from what I heard, and don't quote me on this, has been linked to an MP being like an extra Flurry Warrior level of God. He managed to squeeze 14 million manpower as Russia by 1600 manpower cap, which is just absolutely absurd. 1600, so you don't even have unis for debbing, and he has 1600 and he has 14 million manpower. Granted, Russia, and from what I've heard, he used a lot of dodgy exploits, but the fact that's still possible is a testimony to how, I guess, good people can get at this game. But it is what it is. There's still enough to play for, you know. There's still enough in that regard. But in all fairness, I'll be very unsurprised if also the Galleon meta, for example, stays around for quite a while. The reason I'm saying that is because quantity has been meta for donkey's years, and last rounds of balance updates that Paradox do for their idea groups, what do? They nerf defensive because they knock down defensives. Defensive, instead of arms tradition battles, you have +1 Yeti arms tradition. They knock that down a peg. Great. In the whole, I think they had an update where they severely decreased the Yeti arms tradition gain, especially for quality as well was knocked down from +1 Yeti arms tradition to +0.5. So they severely nerfed defensive was the first one. And then they also nerf innovativeness quality policy. Great. But no one is talking about how oppressive just quantity has been as an idea group. And, you know, no enough comment that way. He kind of exploited, but there's also a lot of really dumb things that Paradox has done that allow this to be possible. Namely Kozak's estate. First thing with that is Kozak's self-governance. I think, or was it prime herding rights? Basically, one of the things you can get is on, let me find some steppe provinces, yep. Local dev cost reduction and Cossack herding rights. There we go, yep. Cossack herding rights decrease your national tax on the province, which no one cares about tax, let's be real here. Tax, I mean, it's money, sure you'll take it, but it's not where your main economy comes from. And gives you 100% local manpower modifier. 100%. Technically a bug, it's meant to be like 20%, but of course it's not been fixed for like 3 years. Then, of course, you can stick with orthodoxy for getting loads of local manpower modifier from your true faith provinces. And then you can stack a load of other really dodgy things from what I've heard, and yeah. Just completely absurd. It's a combination of Russia being very broken, with Russian ideas being very manpower heavy, 33% there, and, you know, just abuse up the wazoo. And I mean, of course, exploits were very much involved with that. Not for Devon exploits, from what I actually remember, but I think he went Sunni, and he got the whole Sunni ulema estate thing, while keeping Cossacks, because he went Sunni for the ulema estate and getting conscript from the Dhimmi, which gives you like more manpower from wrong religion provinces, and Orthodox as well wrong religion, but he somehow kept that 33% from Patriarch authority manpower in really dodgy ways, and basically, yeah, dodgy stuff over there. And yeah, no, I agree. I think the issue with quantity, ironically enough, is that to nerf it would not be to decrease its power; it would be to give manpower to other idea groups. Which, for the 5 people who play EU4 for, you know, immersion. Okay, there's a lot more in fairness. There's still, you know, people who enjoy the game for roleplay reasons, and I was one of them definitely for quite a while as well. But I mean, I still do, in all fairness. But yeah, definitely your immersion will definitely be ruined if you're getting quantity. If quality ideas give you 30% quantity on the finisher. I think offensive can justify it, for example, but a lot of things definitely can't. And manpower definitely is a lot more critical with the new merc system, being that instead of just hiring, okay, I just want loads of merc infantry. Mercs are now like an individual army you have to recruit that have manpower pools of their own. Tunis. Also going against Sun High. Fair enough, there's feeding time for you there for once. They probably want to take that fight sooner rather than later. Sun High was a player before. They did go religious quantity defense. Oh, what am I looking at? Okay. Well, rip Sun High in that regard, but yeah. Also, that does mean poor little Tunis is going to have a very hard time trying to break through here with defensive. Given that they're almost equal on troops accounts, but there we go. No, I definitely say offensive actually works. Like, as an idea group, I used to be a really big fan of it, and like, personally, before I realised the MP meta. Like, I used to play offensive quite a lot. But then again, I also used to love defensive because I used to love morale stacking. You know, everyone likes the Space Marines, but at the same time, current patch, just quantity is so dominant. Yes, offensive doesn't actually give you manpower, but it gives you land force limit, which, yeah, and recover army morale speed. Which, by the way, the recover morale speed does go a decent way. Because morale actually has a base recovery rate of 15%. We can probably tell after this battle. Ouch, not looking good for you, Tunis. We'll have to admit. Although, yeah, they rolled a 0, so you may have a chance there. No, you won't. But yeah, just to clarify, I would definitely say offensive. Yeah, offensive was also great for the siege ability, just as a quality of life one, it's amazing. But yeah, if we quickly tag into Sun High so that we can see the manpower recovery, morale recovery. There we go. Yep, it recovers by base and army tradition. So base 15, that means an extra 5% morale recovery actually is a substantial increase. There's almost 33% increase to your base. And yeah, no, offensive definitely isn't a bad idea group. There's no denying that. No questions asked at all. And wow, 42 Dev Krakow. You'll have to see it. But at the same time, I just don't see... I would... Well, okay, in modded... I'm not sure if people have heard of that. There is the Anbanon mod, which is a very, shall we say, a lot of things there are overpowered. And I have, and in that mod I did with offensive and a lot of other things, and like War Wizards, because it was like a Magic Fantasy conversion mod. Stack, I think 115% combat ability, siege ability, and that does give you on people that don't have siege, defensiveness. Sorry, you literally get 3-day siege ticks, which is just the most beautiful thing to watch. But otherwise, yeah, no two questions about that. Yep, I'd like to again remind you, Sun High is actually AI right now. They were there at the start of the session and they dipped and haven't come back, which is rather awkward, but it is what it is. Right. Surprised not a lot of people are also taking an opportunity to play a war. I will try speed 3, I just know that people will lag behind in the process though. Well, either way, they probably will be saved by the bell with Morocco taking the brunt of the Sun High fight, so Tunis will probably live to see another day. But we shall see again. Right. Very nice expansion, especially in the player map with now for Prussia. They've very much eaten around Bohemia, so claiming that as their own. And I think that they have kind of agreed for this to be Westphalian. Very much working together. I do want to see if they will want to go fight and get English Channel almost entirely secured by the British now. Yeah, France having a slither, and little AI Liège. Probably making bank of the little slither that they have, in fairness. Yeah, Liège making bank of the little slither they have, no questions about it, but yeah. That is the thing, if you are, like, you know, MP sweating and there's just a little AI OPM that's in your like 200 ducat trade node and they have like 1% of it, you'll probably ignore it. But that OPM AI gets rich from you. Always pleasant to watch. But there we go. Yeah, well, You see, the E4 music is me being lazy and not actually set up a proper stream music, and so just let the E4 music go. Because thank you, Paradox, it's not copyright. Which, yeah. It's actually getting pretty bad. I've played this game so much that I'm looking at getting the music back. Oh, well, Mongolia's popped out of Yuan Tartary. That is so cursed. Is that the Yuan cap? It is. Well, that's cursed beyond belief. But regardless, yeah. I've played this game so much, I'm actually looking at getting the music back, so that's how bad it is. But there we go. Delhi just has so much more to do here, so the same can be said for Malaya, now also taking more bites out of Brunei. Surprised to let a lot of these AIs live here in Australia, but it is what it is. They have now... Yep, okay. Okay, finally gonna get them their hands on the Spice Islands, makes sense. I mean, look at this province, 2 ducats production, you know, out of 17 development. Completely absurd, but there we go. Fair enough. Thanks for the chat. See you around, hopefully. I'm here most Sundays, to say the least. I mean, I know I wasn't there last time, but feel free to pop in and feel free to pop to the server. But yeah. Right, there we go. What can we say? But yeah. Yeah, Morocco having to come in and save Tunis here. Yeah, well that's... Oh, Songhai focus on the enemy they can beat. Yeah, makes sense. That's going to hurt for them though. That's going to hurt for them indeed. Oh, unless they win that quickly, are they going to get a consolidation time? They decide to run and they do not get a consolidation time, but they might still win this. Depends how late this reinforces. Okay, it's now locked in. Can they win this in time? They can win this in time, but okay, they missed the consolidate again. Bullet Moroccan army getting beaten up, but they should have it here at least. I say, are they going to have it here at least? Yeah, they should be fine, even with that 9. Slightly better general for the Songhais, but and Moroccan's definitely not fighting with full strength in the front lines, but there they go. Will take a while for them to recover that. Oh, they also do have majority, so yep, they've established Blackguard for this until the end of the game. So there they go. Right, let's get back to speed 3. I think now they are in that position where they want to restore Andalus. Definitely for ideas, if anything. Ah, Josh, lagging behind yet again. Hey, at least they have a war chest. But yeah. God, a surprising lack of player was. Come on, guys, give me something. But yeah, no, with a lot of AIs too, there's very little question about it. Japan, yeah, also a lot of AIs now to pick up before Malaya gets... Yeah, I think Malaya is trying to make their claim to Hanzhou, which is probably what they themselves want, but it is what it is. Land is land after all. Ah! Right, sorry about that. How they're looking economy-wise, a lot better now. A lot better now. And how are techs? Approaching tech 13 into 14. Okay. So we will be seeing 4th day groups soon. And again, no one active for victory cards yet, which I found a bit surprising. To double check the scores, which is the last thing we were checking. Delhi, Russia, and France. Kind of ironic that the second and third place are supposed to be subbed right now, but it is what it is. Where did that French card spawn? Oh, yep, on Tuscany. Well, that's going to be a tough one. Especially given how the hell did it spawn here? They didn't border the state. They do border the state, they have Liguria. Forgot about that. Forgot about Liguria, but there we go. I mean, if they do take that, that's probably going to be it for any kind of semblance of Italian independence. But hey, at least I have to commend the French borders so far, although the north could use some work. Are the English ever going to integrate Flanders? in that case as well, how they do for going cap? Ooh, could be better. They also probably do want to get themselves out of English monarchy because that is not the best position to be in for themselves, but it is what it is. Alright. Let me double check as well. Ah, Josh. Yeah, is Tunis going to be able to finally conquer some more land for themselves? Well, at least they can sit on this fort. Granted, very under-armied, but yeah. Josh. But there we go. White peace offer from... Yeah, I think they actually want a bit of land here. Do you want... I'm interested to see how much can they take. Oh. They can't, of course. It's talking about Morocco. At most they can take money. And a lot of it at that. Jesus. That's rather impressive, actually. But there we go. Right. Well, they are a large country, so that's no surprise there, in fairness. Their loan size is probably rather substantial from just their debt. Or, well, debt size, but yeah. Alright, Persia, please tell me you're cleaning up the mess around you with that war. For God's sake, George. Trying to run speed 3, but yeah, ranking up the rest of QQ makes sense. I do wonder if they're going to clean up holes, but I'm assuming they're not. I'm assuming what they're actually going to do is try and, you know, define borders. Something along the lines of that. But we shall see. And Josh, please stop lagging behind. For the love of God, we're trying to do speed 3 here. God, Josh, what's that month take? Hurts for you. Oh. Okay, he did it. There we go. You did the month take. Well done. But there we go. Right. May have to do something about these subjects, but realistically, you should be absolutely fine for you. And hey, you've got Persia, so at least you've got your goods produced and you've got your discipline, so a bit of that morale as well. So far, so very good. And Prussian Slovenia is Slovakia, not Slovenia. My bad. And they just hold the 10% discipline event. So they're going to go to war. And it's going to go to war now. But yeah. Yep, most people get institutions. Even England, I'm assuming by neighbour. European, oh no, just European capital level 20 there. Yeah, fair enough. I am assuming eventually they want to integrate Flanders, but probably not for a while, I think. Yeah, not with their governing cap being that screwed up. But yeah, very peaceful session so far. No real player wars at all, and just people eating up what's left of some AIs. Russia very much integrating as well. So I believe that was a person here that was gone now, but there we go. And oh, have they been seizing land from Quasim? No, it broke free from them. Consider me surprised. I didn't realize they broke free, but there we go. No, I guess that's one less person for them to eat, granted. And yep, finally clean up the rest of Crimea. Get those nice borders they deserve. Right. Let me double check. There we go. Sorry about that. You can get back in. Wow, that's a lot of money for sacking a city, but there we go. Right. How are the Tuscans doing? Just cleaning up the rest of the Venetians here. Yeah, fair enough. Probably learned their lesson trying to humiliate Hungary at this point, because Russia does seem to like to randomly go defend them. But that's Josh for you. Why not randomly defend the Russians? I'm surprised that no one went in against Denmark, in fairness. But it is what it is. What land are they going to take here is the better question. Wow, they do get a lot. I do forget that Italians and Tuscans in general get a lot of things until the end of the game. Especially that prestige decay. Actually been rather substantial, but there we go. Yeah, I mean, the real main thing is you'd want to form Italy, but... yeah, it's going to be a bit harder with France making such a clear claim on that. They're starting to integrate themselves into here, and also, yeah, Castile is there to be eaten. All the remnants of it remain. Got to see them being converted. But there we go. Right. How's Apollo doing? Do you want to see how much he recovers here? Inter-economic, expansion, quantity economic. Yep, very much sums up for Mika all around. No questions about it. Quality fourth, I'm assuming. Yep. Ironically enough, Texas doesn't actually get any bonuses to colonizing, which is kind of interesting. Still fetishist, and still West African tech group, I do believe. Yep. Which is a weird thing to celebrate, but here we are. I do also like how weirdly you discover the map. Like, it's just random bits of, like, I have no idea about inland France, but I have heard of this place called Paris. No idea about Kiev, but I have heard of this place. Well, no idea about, well, most of inland Kiev, but I have heard of this place called, well, Kiev. I'm randomly aware of, you know, this lake, for example. Why do I know about the Aral Sea and nothing else around it? Aware of the capital of Yuan, aware of the capital of Japan. That Japan exists with the capital of Kyoto, not much more. Malaya has a capital. Yep. And that's basically it. But there we go. Right. I think I do want to check actually is how much Delhi is doing economically. Pretty well for themselves, and yep, getting that full summit up now. And good manpower as well. Delhi, thumbs up for me in that regard. And Ayutthaya clean up what's here, apart from God. They really do like some ugly borders. I'm expecting Ayutthaya and Malaya war at some point sooner rather than later. I think Ayutthaya will have the military advantage compared to Ayutthaya having the economic one. But they kind of have to fight this before Tech 14, otherwise Malaya will definitely be picking up quality. And when they do, that's, you know, they'll knock the wind right out of Ayutthaya's sails. Which, yeah, going to quality, they really should, assuming they're mill focused, they are, yeah, get through with that and then go into Malaya. Because otherwise it may be a bit too late for that. They subjugate Tarente, they did. Huh. Well, that's certainly one way to do it. They would definitely help them colonize at least. But there we go. Otherwise, France, yeah. Consuming what's left of Aragon. Don't know if they'll feed Catalonia or not, in a cruel twist of irony. But there we go. Venice finally going to put out his misery. That's been a long time coming, to say the least. And yeah, okay. A bit behind attack Tuscany, but not the end of the world. At least they're up on ideas. Still very surprised by the Persia formation, by the way. But there we go. And okay, there we go. They formed Andalusia. Did they take their card? Yeah, they took their card. And a bit more for it as well. And there we go, Andalusian ideas. 15% morale of armies, you'll take it. 10% goods produced, you take it. Ship trade power, it's nice. 15% fire damage received, and now that's some good fire damage received. That's force contribution, no one really cares, but hey, happens. A bit of tolerance for heathens, that's nice. Well, it's the Ottoman level, actually, it's a decent chunk. That's fair. Some idea cost, that's nice. A bit of CCR is okay. I mean, you take it, but it's not amazing. But national manpower modifier definitely goes on with MP. You get yourself a free colonist. You get yourself some fort defense and fort bonus on native survival, and that's actually a thing. If they do conquer their way down towards here, they can start colonizing into Africa, which will go well for them, hopefully. But there we go, Andalusia. You always love to see it formed, quote unquote, legitimately, not as a Castile into Andalusia. But there we go. Eventually that will be cleaned up as well, and it is that the Danes fighting the Pope. Oh, of course, Pope Allied Menace. Yeah, that's probably why. Then Denmark Allied Menace. That's, yeah. They have to actually bother to go up there and fight that. Rest in peace. Poor little Pope, definitely going to have an issue with these separatists there. He's kind of just blockaded them off and let them be. They will enforce in 36 months. They probably wants to deal with those sooner rather than later. Not sure why the hell he's embargoing Prussia, but there we go. Guess he just is allergic to the concept of trade efficiency, although hey, money is now finally starting to come his way. I'm sure there's the same thing can be said. Well, the same thing can probably kind of be said for the Tuscans, although that is the Pope nicking a slice of that trade pie. I am going to try speed 3 again. Sorry, Josh, but... They do not have a single siege general between them. Okay, put that siege general on there, but just a minor thing that you've been picking out. And don't forget Persia also having a lot of this and what? Well, that's a way of doing it, I guess, but there we go. Is that their subject? No, tributary. God, a lot of these borders in South Africa are ugly. Hopefully they'll be fixed sooner rather than later, in a war or two. Well, we shall see. We shall see. And Josh just lagging behind. A tale as old as time. Topic of time, how are we doing for time? We're still doing fine on time. Still doing fine on time. Alright, apologies for the ASMR as usual, but I do have to finish off dinner. Rest in peace, Mr. Josh lagging behind, but there we go. Ah, they're born in Japan now. Well, that's one way to split up India, China, between India and Japan, but hey, at least they win name placement, that's, you know, 1.2k dev compared to Delhi's 1.5, I'd guess. 1.9, oh yeah, forget, it's India, it's disgustingly good dev. Yeah, same name size. I think Russia still, obviously, I mean, it's Russia. Anyone's going to win large name placement, it has to be them. Although Denmark's not far behind. France also taking their bite out of that. I will actually say one thing. I think Paradox does name placements. I know people like to laugh about them pretty well in general, like Hungary fitting pretty well here, Ottomans, etc. But I always hated how the Great Britain curved kind of like around here. I always thought that it kind of would curve better, like this, if that makes sense. Which kind of, and I think it does that if you don't have Ireland. But yeah, normally Great Britain has Ireland. I know, a controversial statement at best, but they normally do, which means that Great Britain looks kind of all over the water. Don't like that. One particular name placement always stands out to me as annoying. But there we go. Anyway, how is Yuan doing? Still collapsing? Of course they are. Chagatai and Tengri Zealots, are they actually going to convert them? No, they just give you bad things. This is the thing, Tengris has are mostly teaching out Tengri land, not the land they need to flip with, otherwise, yeah, God. They're bankrupt, they don't control Canton, they have no mandate. Yeah, that's, it's impressive. That's impressive. Well, Yuan is definitely dead here, no questions about it. Hey, look, these tribes got left alone. Manchu comeback? Question mark? Yeah, I'm gonna go with no, especially since they have no legitimacy and minus 64 prestige. But hey, they've reformed into autocracy. Which is always nice to see. Right. And okay, yep. They bothered to get their navy over here. Fair enough. But hey, Venice is coming. This is back. Another siege. So yeah, probably want to deal with that sooner rather than later, but there we go. I think that should be Denmark out sooner rather than later. For a decent chunk of money too as well, which... Not the world, but you'll take it. Oh! Well... There go the Danes trying to fight back. Not sure there'll be enough of them. Yeah, I'm gonna go with no. Probably could have won that battle without it, but with the reinforcements, that's it. Yep, and that's just giving them more progress. But there we go. Right, so how is Tunis doing? Oh, Tunis actually in the offensive here. Nice to see them. Again, Tunis being a very new player, so nice to see them still going at it, from what I've heard. Don't know how correct my sources are on that, but we'll take them as they are, as they go. I'm not sure there's some kind of a land splitting arrangement, but if he can get himself into Katsina, that would be great for him. It actually goes towards his node, although his trade gets really, really nationalized, what little trade there is of it, by just about everyone under the sun. And yeah, Ethiopia used to be a starting node, now actually gets their trade from Katsina, which actually is now the new starting node. Yeah, quite a few new starting nodes, like Great Lakes, I believe, is one. Yeah. In the area, which is kind of ironic because Great Lakes is right next to Zanzibar, which is a very easy one to end node as soon as you get the Cape of Good Hope going for yourself. Which I think Malaya's doing, but badly, because it's a bit occupied by Malayan peasants. Surprised no one's going for the Cape, but then again it's only 1564. We'll have other things to colonise. Malaya, as always, punching well above their weight for the amount of money they're making from trade, but there we go. Alright, well, in the last hour and a half, hopefully people decide to figure out what the declare war button is. Well, one can dream anyway. I'm personally conflicted with the whole England having Calais, because on one hand it will look nicer borders if France has it. On the other hand, however, I would hate the France having more land than they should. I'd hate the French having more land than they should, I guess, better way of putting it. So there we go. And wow, they took it themselves. Fair enough. I would have probably fed it to Crimea, but yeah. Gothic Catholic. So it actually got converted. That's a bit cursed. Free. Oh god, Balochistan actually popped out. Yep. Well, they're still getting modern politics involved. Yeah, Balochistan freedom movement from Pakistan. Sure, a substantial movement, if not constantly quite significantly suppressed. Either way, what it is going to be now is not a free Balochistan, I'll tell you right away. It's going to be eating land for everyone else here. We'll find out. Yes. Yes, they are. I love fixing those. Let me fix Brain Dead. How do you prefix? Sorry, I just have to try and find someone who can join last second to deal with that. But yeah, it's gonna be, yeah. I mean, they're not paying for their troops. What more is there to say about it? Yeah, no. Unfortunately, it's the weird thing. We will need to rehost the one to be not brain dead. And there may be a shout for it. In fairness, yeah. Actually, they are brain dead. So. Right, hello. We will rehost because Brain Dead AI and kind of
Okay.
and it's dodgy because even someone hot joins sometimes doesn't unbrain dead.
Couldn't possibly load a 1 month later peace deal because I just fucked up a peace deal.
I'm going to load current save. Don't. But yeah, sorry. Alright, we're gonna have a quick rehost because Brain Dead AI. So Brain Dead AIs.
Oh, Brain Dead AI.
Okay.
How do we fix
Alright.
that?
We
With a
rehost,
sub?
which is exactly what we're doing right now. No, if we sub, then the sub will have to be there, and then either he plays or he'll have to leave.
Oh.
Apparently the observer had the
let's see
214th
who can-
largest army. I'll bear that in mind.
Lemon, do you see what I did to the Pope?
What did you do? Why did you decide to fight the Pope? I don't understand. You tried
Because
to fight a lot of them, and then you lost a lot of them as well. And then you decided to,
What do you
actually, I'm gonna
mean?
change my mind and dip.
What do you mean I lost all? I didn't lose anything.
You walk up to a couple of, like, for example, when Westphalia was there, you walk up to their armies, you see, oh, they actually have an army, and you just...
No, I was joking. It was like, hey, do you see this? And it was a joke. I was just waiting to wipe peace. I had nothing else to do. But then I do the same exact joke to the Pope, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna kill you if you dare attack me. So I attacked him.
Well, so you actually attacked him. Yeah, no idea where to
Yeah.
there. But there we go.
Yeah. And
Right. Please tell me I said the password properly. Yeah, okay, people are joining. So far, so good. I didn't accidentally change the password or something, did I? That would be
What was
awkward.
this one?
That would be awkward. Yeah, I don't think I did. Okay. Right, there we go. Alright, I will be back in a moment as well. I'm going to turn the lights in my room. It's starting to get dark. Say what you want about British summertime, but not going to be light by 11 PM. Right, there we go. Okay. Hopefully rehost has gone through. Sorry for the... okay, wow. people taking their sweet time to join back. But then again, yeah, EU4 does take a while to load, so no surprises there. Keep an eye on playing up mid as well. Delhi in pretty quick. And there we go. Okay, push the Germans in. Prussian colour. Give them the Prussian blue just so it's easier to see on the player map mode. Actual random seeding. No. The seeding will actually be done by the Wheel of Names now. That has to be, that's canon. The Wheel of Names is the best way of doing the seeding. Changed my mind. Wheel of Seeding is the way to go here, not going to lie. But yeah. Saying that, outside of the Wheel of Names, what is the... Just first come, first serve. I just open up a lobby, you join it, you pick your country, and then after like people join up, you just say yes to it, that's fair. And you can kind of move around while you're in there. Yeah. I mean, that's a terrible way of doing it, but hey. Yeah, rip Pope's army. Well, you can definitely see them joining because suddenly half of the New World lights up, but there you go. Missing France, Russia. Nawar had to dip. I think his country was kind of dead there, and Malaya. That's about it. Yeah, a lot of kills, a lot of kills. I think last GC was surprisingly more of a, well, anomaly with how much it endured, shall we say? Given the yeah, 15 players I think, give or take, by the end of it. It's kind of impressive, to say the least. But there we go. Right. Okay. There's more people from the rehost. You can tell people speed of computers how to they join the rehost, but yeah. Hopefully that comes back as well. He is finally getting an opportunity to expand here. I do actually want to check out Great Powers again, and I do want to see the list of people by school. But there we go. Right. I'm forgetting this random bits of Yuan. All from the remnants of their empire. They probably have a lot of reconquest in their name, do they not? I think so. Nope. Can I click on them? Yeah, that's a lot of reconquest. Beautiful amount of reconquest, but definitely not no chance in heaven to help with that one. Yeah, Scoozy's threat assessment. Well, in all fairness, Austria's also died, so yeah, guess Scoozy was true when he said he was no threat the entire time. It's a bit of a rip, but he didn't. I think he dealt a bad hand with no expansion path into GB being a good player. He did into it last second, and then yeah, he just kind of sat there in Denmark. There's very little he could do. He tried to go into English Channel, just no chance there. I think Denmark, honestly, it struggles in that it's in a weird position where it's a strong country, but it's just not strong enough in the regard that its expansion opportunities are incredibly limited. Its only real opportunity to expand is either into Russia, which is stronger than it, or Poland, Lithuania, aka into the Livonian Order first and trying to build off that, which is easier said than done. Right. I think, however, there's most people in. That is, I think, everyone in, actually. I just want people to ready up. Looking at you, Tuscany. And then we'll be good to go. Hello, Tuscany, if you're here, ready up. Tuscany? Yeah. I'll take that as you heard me, there we go.
Yeah.
Alright. Ayutthaya is... yeah. Okay, has everyone readied up? They have. Right, there we go. Hopefully you didn't forget anyone. If they did, sorry. If I did, sorry. Is that how we're putting it? Okay, and VJ, so... he was in first, hence I'm looking at them right now, and it should not be brain dead AI. AKA they should start paying for their troops. Which is probably a bit too late for them anyway, but you know. Probably an idea. Sorry, Moses. Okay, well, if Josh just joined, who are we waiting for? Love the box types. But beyond that, yeah. Unfortunately, can't see what they're referring to. We can't start. It's Bunny's grayed out. Someone's not in the game. Someone's not in the game. Can't start.
There you go. Oh, audio coins you did.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Yep. Well, as soon as he leaves this thing, we can't start. But there we go. I'm gonna let him hot join. Right, is Mawar going to pay for their army? Let's find out the next episode. No, we're gonna let audio coins rejoin back in. Because I don't want to spend too long rehosting. Sorry about that. Oh, there we go. Well, we're getting there. Right. There it is, audio coins. Missed that, my bad. Sorry, I was tabbed out. Oh, beautiful into the speed loading of these. Oh, rehosting for the last hour, I think that's worth it. Well, that's up to some debate to say the least. But there we go. I'm being very sad. I missed one GCO. Apparently it's been like Sony player wars and Sony player kills. Then I come to this one and cast them. What do I get? Like 15 fake wars. Most actual fighting was there. Russia deciding, you know what? I'm actually going to fight Pope for no reason here. Surprised they kept that alliance, but there we go. Right. There we go. All place arrived. Let's go. I'm going to give a couple more, like, seconds of best, yeah, just for him to get ourselves back with his surroundings. Let me do double check. Is there a audio coins 2? There is not. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we'll be off. Otherwise, we'll be here all decade. Alright. Well, what's left of Lithuania being cleaned up? Yep, Lithuania march to Denmark, fair enough. And yeah, going into Finland here. I'm assuming they can, well, take Finland here. Yeah, just about. Just about Finland and some. I'd say Finland, Islands, probably just Finland and money. In that case, yeah, Finland, Islands and money. Coalition is mostly cosmetic at this point, in fairness. Yeah, please do that for my supporters. I don't want to feed Belozer or not, but we'll see. Kind of ironic how much Belozer has migrated from said lake, but there we go. There we go, Mawad finally figuring out what the concept of pain for the troops is, granted, but or have they? They haven't. Oh, they have, okay. I'm assuming they have, surely, right? Okay. No idea what's happening there then, but hey, at least they're not letting that be. Now, I am actually getting intrigued is if Ayutthaya is going to keep going through with quality. As soon as they finish that, are they going to go in? Oh, not with those alliances, they won't. Not with those alliances, they won't. What have they got? VJ? Sevu, yeah, not with those alliances. God. Malacca are already getting themselves a security web here. VJ as well, Delhi and Japan, and tributaries up the wazoo. Wow. Are they not over dip relations? Huh, they're really not. God, but what is happening with that corruption? Jesus. Really should start rooting that out like mad. That is 10% all power cost. That is bad. They've probably they've been their institution at least then. Which is going to hurt them a bit on catching up, especially, God, they're far behind on tech in terms of admin and dip. But it is what it is. I'm going to try speed 3 for them. But how are the Tunisians doing? And okay. Could be better, I guess. Just take this and dip. Again, okay, yeah, we'll be lagging a bit behind, and I think the month tick will prove to be fatal. Huh, no, take that back. At least this month's tick. Okay, he's getting himself back what resembles to be an army. He may want to be using this one as well, at least, but you know. See how that goes. I'm surprised they still haven't integrated sail, given it is their core. It's a free annexation. Guess they just do like the idea of a Pirate Republic around. Good enough free dip slot then. But there we go. Right. Oh, and England taking their bite out of Sun High now. Yeah, fair. And now actually, yeah, Sevilla now being a lot nicer for them in that regard. And rip the lack of demand for crystals, but there we go. What did the man do to his internet? Olma Pride, you have really tanked your internet. Not sure how you've done that, but you're really suffering right now. Considered addressing it in some way?
What happened?
No idea, but Olma Pride's internet really went 0 to 100 to 0, I guess, better way of putting it. I'm not pausing because random pause, I'm pausing because he's lagging behind. And I'm forced to. Hopefully that will be resolved soon, TM, but I can only dream. There we go. Right. Well, going straight to morale on later. Alright. In other news, Texas, again, do want to double check them, have a soft spot for them, not because I'm from Texas or anything, no, don't worry about that. It's more that I do quite like their ideas and I see them use solar to their MP. And again, they have potential to do well there with dev cost reduction, goods produced, and morale of armies with, you know, fire damage received and fire damage taken, fire damage dealt bonuses. Oh, for the love of God. It's a bit infuriating because I don't know if... yeah. Armor shame indeed. Armor shame indeed. Well, going back to that, Ottoman's definitely looking a lot nicer now, with a lot nicer economy from what they started with. Hats off to them in that regard. Otherwise, yeah, how is Delhi looking? Oh yes, I do want to check. Great powers. It's GB on spot number 1. Yeah, very little surprise there given how much of subject dev they have, especially around in the New World, but own dev, they're only already at 1k, which actually doesn't even put them top 8, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think it does, surprisingly enough. It's just half their subject dev. They're around 2k subject worth of dev. Onto that, we have Delhi. Real great power number 1, to say it that way. Almost 2k own dev. Very nice from there. Persia now, well, it's a Mamluk Persia, definitely a good position to be in. Although they do need to recore a lot of their dev inherently as well. I think they've done a decent job of that, yeah. Do let me check. Yeah, still a decent chunk of admin to go, but a good chunk that they've already done. Force them certainly recovering, and Discipline looking, oh, inspirational leader, that's why. God, that still hasn't expired. Just to show how long 5 years can take. But hey, they're getting a good time fighting these rebels, you know, 30% discipline advantage. And we'll definitely have like a relatively easy, I'm assuming Fast's going to try and siege that. Siege that, yeah, which means... no, they're just going to walk through. Fair enough. Kid on trying to get a kill on Transox as well, no question about that too. Right, but yeah. Oh, okay. Did not take what I thought they would from just some cleaned up some state borders, and there we go. Didn't take more from Finland than they could have. Didn't take Finland, just cleaned up that border sphere. I think I probably do want to go into Quasm soon afterwards as well with that, and clean this up, and then yeah, probably into Transox would be an idea for them. But it is what it is. They are slowly but surely Siberian frontiering their way across as well. Yeah, no, much definitely so. So yeah, now get the next one. Yep. There you go. Big curse on the cultures, but it is what it is. And God, what a culture group. Although saying that, I think Korean wins worst culture group to be, you know, an emperor. Great. You did it. You've unified the Korean culture group. But yeah, Chinese though, that's a beautiful group. If India was one group, that would have been completely broken. But yeah, obviously that's not the case. And Turkish group really shouldn't have Turkey in it, in fairness. But if I would argue this group makes more sense for Turkey, but that would be yeah, pretty bad for game balance. But it is what it is. Well, is it the League War? There it is, there's the League War. Are they going to fight the League War? You see, it would have been an interesting dynamic if we had loads of people around, like loads of players in the League War, but yeah, no. I could try and mod a game, I think, where I set up a potential legal. That might be fun. I'll look into that. Do an MP league. Well, I mean, Prussia's voting Castile for Imperial throne, so you know. Oh. Ah, Salzburg will still win, but you know. They are slowly but surely integrating the platinum. It will be done by 1573 as well, which would be nice them in that regard. But yeah. I suppose they're still in a golden age, and yeah, well, they are keeping themselves up at force limit. Even if they're not paying for it. Could they afford to pay for it? Most definitely, and yeah, that's a very, very decent economy now. Can go into Avantech 14 as well. Which is always a pleasure to see. Right. But there we are, last hour. As best as that can be, right. Going back to the few little cleanup of what is left in Mawar, well, yeah, not much unfortunately with AI Baluchistan popping out of them. God, a republic. Because isn't Mawar's government really... Oh yeah, it's a dodgy thing. I think that might be coded as pop out of me as a republic. Yeah. No elite of course, but... Well hey, they're taking that republican tradition, right? So you know. Democracy's going to go for something, although, yeah, Delhi's quickly putting an end to that one, aren't they? Can they be 100% in one war? They can, actually, wow. Just annex the entire goddamn thing in one war. Fair enough. Mawar at least trying to do something, although definitely don't see them doing much there. Oh, I see they expanded to grab Lahore node. Yeah, yeah. Trade being nicked, and then yeah, they're trying to collect into here. Makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Actually, I'll lose around 20 ducats worth of trade, and wow, also going against Malwa. I mean, it's good land, there's no denying it, but VJ might be slightly upset with that. But I won't. Oh, God. Surprisingly high now. But yeah, hey, also congratulations. Actually, I do want to check in with Tunis. Okay, they did peace out. Took some land here. Fair enough to them. Finally expanding, but there we go. I think England will definitely be taking the monster bite here. Sonhai really... Yeah, not in a state to really resist. Okay, just started to put up the loans, but... Yeah. No real chance there, but hey, Andalusia at least getting a nice, nice stabs in the desert, shall we say? Didn't they have new missions from this? They do. Wow, they do. Huh? And if they get 100 legitimacy claim. Well, that seems a bit dodgy. I don't think a claim stronger than 100 is possible, but you know. They really get a lot of... Wow. I need to buy Andalusia and actually have a decent White Phoenix. And wow, yep. Of course there have to be a colonial mission, but you know. That's actually pretty... I'll take that back, that's really not. Not sure they'll get in Cortuba for that Cortuba restored modifier, but hopefully it's something good. And yeah, wow, they are getting a decent stranglehold on Seville, I'll tell you that much. Tell them that much. Right. Otherwise, yeah, just small people bullying. Who is Malaya bullying in that? From China, of course. Very much a small person, but yeah, Ming. You know, the rest of this, whether Japan is taking them bites. I think what they want to is just take these two trade nodes of Hanzhou and hopefully Canton, at least in a large enough capacity, and then, yeah, let themselves be. Interesting to see whether they'll feed this to Delhi or not. It's actually going to be nice that they revolted here because it gives them siege progress from an attempt at relieving the siege. Yep. Up to 28. I think I might actually... Well, did they win here or not? No, but... Yeah. I mean, either way, they're good on manpower. As bad as they are on ideas and tech. Ouch. But hey, it's something. Did they also go Sikh? No, they're still Sunni. But hey, at least there's Theravada right next to them. I'm not sure, there's this... Oh, does use carbon mechanics? Yeah. Oh wow, they've really buffed this, haven't they? I do need to look at this mechanic in Southeast Asia as well. There's a lot of new stuff going on there. I personally need to have a look at. I mean, makes sense, I guess, given the massive scale of the update to Leviathan happening over there. As much as people like to complain about it, they did actually add a lot of new things. This is not a statement of whether Leviathan and Leviathan bad, it's more a statement of fact. They did get a lot of new things. A lot of them, again, like the UI here, being a bit broken. And because I remember the broken UI, I now always see the pink box UI now. And this in the UI just looks unnatural to me. But there we go. And then again, actually, a lot of UIs look unnatural to me because after I looked at UI modding, like for example, this icon here, fun fact for you, is actually stored as this entire box. And then this is just black and cut off. So if you have an icon that's, if you in that place put an icon that's the entire size of the box, it actually just won't be cut off, and your icon itself will be cut off by the grey box thing. The UI in this game has a lot of questionable decisions, to say the least, in that way, but it is what it is. I mean, it works, I guess. And hey, we get to see a lot of unique tags like this thing. Does this exist here? Probably. Well, I know Chagatai exists, there's no denying that, but... Buryatai, yeah? What ideas? No, Siberian ideas. They're not great. They will not beat around the bush, they're not great. But then again, if Siberian ideas had good ideas, I'll be a bit more concerned. France, thank you for cleaning up these borders. I have to really commend the borders going on here now. Especially as Catalonia gets eaten there, but there we go. Either ways, yeah, Persia. I was going to say clean up borders, but we're working on something definitely. Texas having to expand, fair enough. Malaya also, yeah, Ming, that's thing, we established that. Westphalia kind of surrounded by players now, so mostly just integrating what's left of their couple subjects before they take some remaining swipes of that, but there we go. And yeah, Tuscany getting that slice of it, but hey, at least they got they're actually upgrading, okay. That is kind of a cosmetic, you know, project. Although, hey, army drill game modifiers only useless 99% of the time. But there we go, and yeah. Memmingen leading a lot of great occupations. Wow, Austria still has the Bohemia. That's actually, that's really remarkable. How Austria has actually kept the Bohemia PD. So the entire thing, Bohemia is still loyal under personal union. That is remarkable. I'm honestly impressed, but there you go, that's what I mean. You can beat up Austria as much as you want, but here I was going to be loyal. But yeah, VJ, yeah, Mawar here will not be long for this world. And GB, let me guess, clean up the rest of Songhai? Nope, just fighting everyone under the sun. And let me guess, did they take there? Yep, Ivory Coast. Yep, Ivory Coast and going into Congo now. Can't actually see the Congo, but hey. Gotta get that trade power. Can get institution, not sure why they're not embracing them. I guess they're not taking tech, so just waiting for it to spread a bit more. Yeah, fair enough. There's no need to take institution early. Especially can save you a bunch of money, and let's be completely honest between us. Stab cost mod of 5%. At 3 stab should not, you know, not exactly worth taking institution over. But there we go. World Ottoman speed up. Oh, QQ. I do wonder how they're splitting this land. I'm assuming Armenia and this will go to Ottomans, hopefully under state thing, and then Persia will just grab themselves, like, at least this. Don't know if Ottomans also want a lot of it, but we shall see. Let me double check of how much they can take, I guess, is the better way of doing it. Oh, just like that. Yeah, fair enough. Don't know how they split it up, but we'll find out. And oh no, the Ottomans taking over Armenia. Well, we all remember how that one ends. But it is what it is. Let me do pop back in Texas, because they were really in a completely gone state at the start of it. And hey, they're actually getting themselves something resembling ideas by now. And yeah, behind on tech, but you know, double their army strength and actually getting something resembling income. It's not a good one, but it's enough to field a half an army. You know, you can at least death with this income now, so very much a +1 for the Texans right now. So primary culture guild, that's a bit cursed, but there we go. Culture map mode could be a bit less cursed, but you know, we work with what we get. We work with what we get. Oh, apologies. Well, are they gonna... I was gonna say, they're not colonising that, are we? Are they? There we go. Still love the little yuan here. Just holding on to that province, and wow, beautiful amount of reconquest. Absolutely useless reconquest, but you know, reconquest nonetheless. But yeah, Malaya taking their bites when they can. And where they can, they definitely want to get their canton and hands out, and then, yeah, make that into Malacca. Whew. Rest in peace, lack of complete playable stone. Does decrease substantially anything I can cover, but hey, we'll call Mawar when well. They subjugate this? No. I guess Baluchistan gets to live, albeit not for long, and yeah. Persia also taking a bite. Poor. 3 wars, yeah. Ugly, horrible mess, but hey ho. How are they not bankrupt? Oh, I guess they probably will be soon. Looks like Mawar's very militarist idea groups couldn't save them after all. Well, I guess having a player leave also would do that, but there you go. India yet again as a Thunderdome this season, a lot more fizzling out to Thunderdome, but Thunderdome nonetheless. Approaching the last 2 players. If Delhi VJ start to death to smash into each other, well, we'll see how that goes for them. I mean, Delhi looks huge, and the thing is, it's kind of true and not true. Like, this is useless, but this is a lot stronger than it at first, you know, meets the eye. I say that, not really devved up, but yeah, this, Central India, Lahore area, and, you know, basically northern India makes up for the large name, because a lot of the large name is occupied in, you know, Tibet, which outside of mountains doesn't produce much in terms of economic benefit to owning, but there we go. At least the French are getting nice, and cozy with this being picked up, but there we go. Ah, well, picking up the rest of this mess, yeah. Aragon and Castile finally gone. No, they're not. OPM Castile with a beautiful amount of reconquest. You know, if Malacca picks this up, then they have a reconquest for absolute days, including on here actually for another 11 years still, but you know. Well, it is what it is. God, I hate the European borders, but it's kind of been fixed now at least. The European borders are slowly coming to a better end. Palatinate being integrated, and the player map mode does give it a bit more justice, although God, they've very much eaten around them and not eaten inside. Surprised they haven't dismantled the Empire yet. Oh, that was a fast war that Prussia took us the win of, but there they go. Because 3 speed lags behind too much, I can demonstrate why we can 2 speed, but yeah. Yeah, Denmark basically did not have anything going for them, and after being beat up quite a few times, they just had to dip there. So, yep. Denmark is actually gone. Free real estate, just no one's gone to eat them yet, because they've had a lot to eat themselves, and in all fairness, we really haven't done that much time because we have to be in constant speed too, because of people's internet. Well, I say that, I think people did do a couple of wars so they beat them up a bit around, but yeah. And like, hey, did Martian broke free, but you know. Russia took a bite out of them, but they really could have taken a lot more. Surprised they haven't. I think Denmark will be eaten sooner rather than later, especially with Prussia having a victory card on it. I'm surprised they haven't gone for it earlier, but given how much they're sticking with Westphalia, I think they're not caring too much about victory cards. But there we go. How are people doing on score in saying that? Yeah, no, well, it is what it is. Delhi taking over Russia on score, actually. That's, Milwa victory card, yeah, that's an actual point. I didn't check these. Oh, yeah, that's why they went in. And then, ooh, that's not going to be a card they're going to get, though, is the issue. Ah, they got a card to take back their old capital, and that's oddly poetic. Japan getting a card on this, they should have that. Russia getting a card on, is that the Ottomans? Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for them. There are only 3 provinces, they don't need to win too hard to take that one. Just need to win enough to take it, I guess. But there they go. Yeah, well, rest in peace Denmark, they tried, but they got beaten around a bit too much by England. They've realised they got beaten out of Poland by Russia. Russia's like basically just beat them around whenever they wanted, and they couldn't expand into Europe proper because Prussia was there as well. So, and their real expansion pass has been beaten up for, you know, for kind of just existing. Now didn't have much hope there. So, rest in peace Denmark. Yeah, and I kind of agree. Like, it's a quote unquote strong country, but they have no opportunity there to do anything. It's a bit of a rip, but it is what it is. I mean, can they form Scandinavia? That's the real question. Everyone always wants to form the tag Scandinavia. They actually can't, funnily enough. Why can't they form Scandinavia? Wait, what? That's bloody cursed. What the hell did they do here? Why is their land so Lower Saxon? That's actually incredibly cursed. What? Why is it? I'm actually scared of. Were they trying to form something dodgy with Lower Saxon? I'm assuming so. There's no other way to do that, but. God. What a mess. They go reformed as well, which... yeah. Can leave things to be desired. Can't leave things to be desired. Pushing last half hour and 40 minutes, so wrap up your war today, guys, but Yeah, Josh. Clean up Quasm, yeah, makes sense. Clean up what's left of that. Can they actually 100% them here? They can. So that'll be nice to board us at least for once, and then Shiravan would also be probably quite unbeatable with Circassia too. Assume they would want it to secure the Astrakhan node in a bit more extent. Oh, that's the train map, and that's a bit cursed. Let's not look at that again. Don't know who anyone actually plays in the terrain map mode. I can kind of see the argument for simplified terrain, but in the proper terrain map mode, I mean, it looks pretty, sure. Reminds me of CK2 actually, but yeah. Let's not do that. It's great for knowing where the forests are. It's great for, well, the terrain, I guess, and hey, again, it looks pretty, but... Let's stick with political. Kind of ironic, I used to play CK2 a lot in terrain map mode. Then started playing EU4, then kind of switched CK2 play into political as well. But yeah. And wow, Shirvan, well, you just broke 2 Gazi Kamurish there. Bit cursed, but here we go. Is Circassia? Yeah, okay. Because, well, the major part of their country is Protestant, but you know. It is what it is. Right. Delhi clean up, yeah, Mawar, or what's left of it. Oh, did they unconquer Persia or something? God, that's ugly. I'm assuming they can take... Yeah, but please don't tell me they do that. Because they can take, you know, max money and all the hummus land they can want. And yep, can take institution, just not doing it. And my better question yet is how they're doing on calling this. Slowly but surely they're getting there. And they did have to culture switch to form Persia, which, yeah, kind of hurts. Did they take a loan there? Oh no, probably an event or something. And there they go. Yeah, I mean, they can take it, that's the thing. And then they can actually take max money as well. I don't know why they're not doing it. I think they want an institution. But, or, you know, to screw them out of it. By being annoying. I think they are screwing them out of it to be annoying, but there they go. Does this qualify as mod abuse? Well, if it does, then... no, not really. The Cert has to be pretty liberal with the whole banning or abuse, which kind of ironically ends up with a lot of the Cert getting dodgy things in it, like people abusing terrible things. Had to disable that. I say that like I did. I have no idea how Discord works, but you know. It is what it is. Right. Okay, well they really didn't want to course. They fed a lot of that to Diviet, which makes sense, I guess. Only a bit more yuan to go to that, and then yeah. This as well very much clean expands along the trade nodes. And Ottomans at Russia, are they actually at war? No, they're just, you know, got me excited there. Because I think that would be a good war to watch, at least. Interesting, but you know, not happening. Not happening. How is also Prussia on governing cap? Because I don't. Well, yeah, they're over it. And they are starting to lose militarization because of it. So you're taking the admin points because of that, but there we go. Religious fourth. I'm gonna say they don't have the monarch points to go down, they just went religious for the ideas. Never mind, I take everything back, they're going religious. Color me surprised, but... Okay. Well, that's a new one as well. Yep, trade for France, no surprise there. Let me guess, quality for Britain, quality for Britain. Pope sitting on a lack of Emitech 14. Tuscany also going religious. It's surprising, consider me very surprised. Religious is not one I'd consider here. Instead of religious, a good 6 idea group, sure. Trade on AQ, no question about it. Do you just have Emitech 14? They do, with economic finally. Okay, so they kind of have a lot of interesting ideas in very weird orders, but you know. We'll work through that. What about Persia trade? No. Oh, yeah, of course. They have to recall the world. Yeah, no, that's not going to be happening for a while. What about the Ottomans? I'm going to guess trade. They are the kind of person who would not have enough admin for Amitech 14 in fairness. Okay, fair enough. Amitech 14 into trade, no question there, no surprise. VJ, religious. Seen religious 3 times now, okay. Not a freak-off accident now, so I'm getting a bit concerned, but there we go. Ayatai doesn't have Amitech 14, but they do have institutions, and Japan has institutions, does not have Amitech 14. I really disagree with religious as fourth. Full stop. Definitely argue trade is better. Okay, religious for Russia as well, fourth. Either this is a concise effort to troll me, or you know, there's something I'm really missing because, okay, religious, great, you get some missionary strength, a bit more tolerance for true faith, you know. Sure is great, but policy-wise, what? A bit more morale and siege, and a bit more morale. I mean, if you want 15% morale that hard, go defensive. Okay, granted, you won't, but you know. I really do disagree with that. I genuinely think trade would go a much longer way for your economy. But I'm not playing, so I can't talk. Ottomans finally putting the Hungarians out of their misery. Took them long enough. But yeah. Massive shout out to GB, of course. Haven't spent an entire moment at peace. I guess that's why they're great power number 1, eating everything by AI within like breathing distance. Trying to keep Texas, I guess, at least constrained there. God, taking half a state each. A bit cursed, but there we go. Texas slowly but surely trying to get themselves into a position where they have something resembling a country, but you know. Very much working from behind there, no denying it. Delhi at least winning name placement in my books. So surprised no one's bothered with Australia, but then again it is only 1574, so give them a break in that regard. Actually, oh, they are, I'm assuming, intending to break to Shia Zealots. No, they probably are not. Okay. But yeah, they have a lot of rebels to deal with, that's fair. Oh wow, they split up Taiwan between Vietnam and themselves. Well, that's one way of doing it, I guess. That's one way of doing it. Didn't have a single player war the entire session. 3.5 hours, but yeah. Probably a bit too late to ask for one now, but yeah, a lot of AI kind of land freed up and allowed for that kind of session to occur. Very cursed borders here, just pains me to look at, but you know, it is what it is. Really independent Morehouse. Up in Alsace. But it is what it is, again. Yeah, very much France not interested in that because of the trade. But France probably substantially interested in Genoa, which is, yeah, where you can find them. Surprised that, yeah. Oh, both of their capitals are in the Genoa nodes, so they moved their trade capital here. I'm gonna say they have. They have moved their trade capital there, yeah, it makes more sense now. And they still collect here, yeah. Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Well, it is what it is. Alright. Japan going to war as well. Let me guess. Beating up another heartless AI corpse. Won't you know it? Manchuria. Japan invaded Manchuria. God, I wonder where I saw that one before, though, you know. This one's happening, I guess, 250 years early. Oh no, Japan, you're going to lose Sakhalin. Try not to do that. No, try not to lose Sakhalin. But yeah, no. Obviously they should be absolutely fine here, no question about it. Poor little yuan reduced to basically subsistence living. Their capital fully occupied by yuan noble rebels, and yeah. Used as a Japanese highway. Jing also not looking too good, but there we go. Remember people were talking about Shun having... Don't they just have Chinese ideas? They actually have unique ideas. They do have great Shun ideas. I mean, I don't know how good they are compared to the Ming ideas. I guess we can check right now, but I don't know if I would go as far as to say that. I mean, I'm looking at the Ming 5% discipline, so you know, and trade efficiency, and production efficiency. To the point where I'm saying, yeah, I don't see Shun having enough to make up for no discipline. Guess some commandability, a bit of manpower recovery, but beyond that, 25% actual manpower production efficiency. I'd still probably take Ming for the discipline, but it is what it is. Right, sorry about that, but I'm back. But beyond that, yeah, no. Don't see what I need to look at this properly more when I'm not, you know, 3.5 hours to stream in. But I'm gonna go on a limb here and say, yeah, Ming ideas still over Shun. I guess the argument is Yuan ideas would, but no, Yuan, you definitely take them. Guardian Cap, Admin Fish, the crying out loud, goods produced. Actually, not a lot of army things. Yeah, significant lack of military ideas, ironically enough, but so I guess in that regard, probably Shun is better than Yuan if you're already going for the Prussia build, but I think Yuan makes up for it by the wealth of China kind of thing in practice. But I guess in theory, yes, you would go Shun. Well, that's ended, and the Ottomans finally taking sweet bites of Anatolia. Also going religious. So this is the part which confuses me. I don't see why religious still. Why not trade? I mean, I can kind of understand the argument for innovative, but religious fourth. Are people really that focused on morale these days? God knows. Well, I guess that's for me to learn as well. See, it's a learning experience for everyone. And yeah, I have to at least commend the French borders, even if Genoa is a bit on the curse side. I guess rather feedable in that regard. Catalonian bargain rivals. Yeah, so that they don't. Really doing everything they can to decrease the amount of money flowing up to Italy, but there they go. Some having a substantial bunch, but a lot of it also being nicked from them. Yeah, they really do need to, if they can consolidate into Genoa and they can get their trade into Genoa, they'll be a lot better because they're getting 5 ducats nicked there. Granted, nothing there, but you know. Not great. In general, production trade should be around equivalent, so they're getting around 30 ducats worth of trade income nicked from them. Not the best position to be in, but it is what it is. They are integrating. Oh yeah, got to see. Fair enough. Do they have the get prep for manic subjects actually? No. So yeah, that's a clean one. And there they go. Prussia finally going to Denmark, putting them out of their misery. I'm assuming to get that victory card. I don't have a navy. Yeah, that'd be a bit awkward for you. Wow, that's. A lot of Deb here, especially in Jesus, you know, Northern. It's finally a large amount of Deb, but there we go. Oh, okay, Denmark is going to cross, probably for the better for them, through the Prussians' war score. But yeah, they literally do not have a navy to their name in the slightest. Yeah, no fleets. Oh yeah, so does Prussia get in there. Yeah, against AI especially. Easiest war score of their life. And oh, that's just an infantry stand. Huh? So they've got a merc company there for some reason. Oh, there they go. Otherwise, yeah, so far just a relatively chill beating AI session, and oh my god, of course you did that. Persia, why would you do that? That's incredibly cursed. Because you're getting yourself Hormuz, sure, but now you're going to Gujarat. You're making your presence known, and I don't think the Indians will appreciate that. They're still... Could probably put you a decent fight to Ottomans and Persia as well. Well, that's again probably going to be something for next session, because now that... oh, they've released and... Okay. Makes sense, feeding them that. And, oh yeah, of course, they're not going to have any chance of calling this, are they? No, they actually are. Can't be surprised. And they're actually kind of like down to around a page worth of land to recall if we check. Yeah, mostly restatified fully, so we can start kind of catching up on tech, which they really do need to do. We are getting corruption from unbalanced research now, and quite a bit of it. So, yeah. Probably something for them to address. But there we go. Again, checking in with great powers. GB on top, Delhi, and now Persia coming up. Ottomans slowly catching up. Malaya there as well, from an incredible amount of eating. France, just being France. But Japan, kind of a surprise entry as well. I guess they have had free real estate with India, in China, which would do that to you. And then Prussia. Prussia to GP. Well, good time for the Prussians to spot that mission, I guess, to be yeah, balance of power. As in, yeah, genuinely get the monarch points. Not sure why they're not popping this, but there they go. Oh, yeah. Probably not be defending the Empire much. I've done that much though, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, the Persians came over with a navy. Well, that's one way of doing it. Last navy expected here with the Persians. I thought they'd maybe get the British in or something, but you know, it is what it is. You can see how dominant trade is as a mechanic in this game because of how many borders end up being drawn by trade nodes. And in borders that make absolutely no sense. Like, Tuscany-Popa border makes sense, but they're really hurting each other because of the trade. I say that, ignore this bit of course, but yeah, like... Okay, now the two borders are looked at. But let's look at the Germany and Italian borders. Trade border. Britain-France border, trade border. France-Italian border, mostly trade border, with the exception of Provence. Which, yeah, France does kind of have a decent claim to that. Well, it is what it is. How is Ayutthaya doing? Still behind on a couple of techs, but they finally finished quality, so they have that opportunity. I mean, granted, that's a tough statement. Japan, Delhi, and VJ will be in it. And I don't think Cebu is going to be much of a help, but yeah. Otherwise, that kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. No real expansion options for them, which is rather unfortunate, but it is what it is. Whew. Yeah, rather awkward for them in that department. Also, Politicraft Cube is not helping. Why is the... Oh, yeah, I need to get that loyalty up. Assuming they are getting a manufactory here, yeah. And hey, they can get the palaces up. Woo. Can actually also get the pagoda up, which... Yeah. It is what it is. Oh yeah, the nice squad is just in the local edges. Fair enough. I was going to say this. They get unique things at least? No, of course not. No, of course they won't. Paradox won't give you that much content, you know. It's going to be the next DLC. But joking aside, yeah. Oh, okay, that's... Well, they're definitely taking the opportunity to, yeah, build up some forts. Here too will be a good fort as well. Unfortunately, Sin kind of gives you the bypass of that entirely. Kind of, you know, putting the pressure on you to go on the offensive here, which is not for the best. There you go, big Monarchs. Let me guess, 236 guy? 236 guy. No real surprise there. Okay, trade, not religious, is going to say. Everyone's going mad, everyone's going religious ideas, but there we go. Right. Oh, there we go. Persia also integrating that. Bit more land to statefy, but you know, it is what it is. Could also take the next dip tech. Not sure why they're not doing that, but there we go. Oh yeah, of course they need to go help with that whole debacle. Hanover separatists, are they? Isn't that... I'm trying to remember my German geography. This, yes it is, because it culture converted, didn't they? Oh, good to know Hanover is the primary culture of that, which is rather cursed, but here we go. Does that mean this is a Hanover core now? Yes. Is the primary nation... Oh my god. Well, that, if you need anything cursed about, we shouldn't culture convert kids, that's why. Hanoverian separatists claiming their right to live in Denmark. Well, I've seen worse things, I guess. I've seen worse things. Anyway, Spiders looking a bit nice now that they've done that integration. Maybe they'll eat Switzerland, but surprised they still haven't eaten the Free Cities OPMs. Oh god, of course it's bloody... Really surprised they're letting Morehouse be, but there we go. Yeah, they actually genuinely are letting Morehouse be. I guess because they have to balance a bit of their AE around, because, yeah, god. They might break with each other soon, and it's an alliance they definitely want to keep. Westphalia and Prussia, the last two electors. But there we go. Right. Otherwise, yeah, has to have been fed a decent chunk here. Border of them is surprisingly existing, but I guess they're safe enough to be existent. Yeah. Nawari Conquest has always been rather beautiful, but no chance of that. Even, I think Ahmednagar as well has a decent set of reconquest if Delhi decides to use it, in fairness. But yeah, it will definitely be the nail in the coffin of VJ if Delhi goes for it. they're really letting Australia burn. They're going to break to this soon, aren't they? Surprised they haven't already. They probably hurt the country more with this stuff. 87 devastation. I mean, okay, that's a pretty accurate description of Australia in general, you know. But still, come on. 87 devastation. Feel bad for the natives of this, right? Well, it is what it is. Yeah, Sunni China. I mean, if you saw the Middle East was a mess, imagine having a world about half of southern China being Sunni and also Malayan, while the northern bit of it is Japanese and the central bit of it is Indian. Can you imagine trying to construct a pan-Chinese myth to unite all of them after that? Yeah. Let's see you try. Because you know, half of them being Shinto, no, at least under Shinto rule, a bunch of them still be confusion, a bunch of them still worshipping pigs, and a bunch of them still, you know, now being all about Allah. So, you know, that'll be a rather awkward cocktail for them to go down, but it is what it is. Yeah, it is kind of, I think Victoria 2 does this in a better regard with the whole, like, pie charts of, you know, like, you play Poland and you decide to take over the Middle East, now the Middle East studies 33% Polish, you know. In terms of your roleplay, thinking, oh god, how much I mess up the world right now, culturally and ethnically, but, you know. EU4 can still have that charm, especially with religious outloads. But there we go. Right. Oh, that was a weird thing downstairs. Hopefully that's not something for me to worry about. I think what they will take here is, yeah, substantial bite to say the least. Surprised they haven't taken this, but yeah. There's just so much dev in this victory card, if anything. Which would be good for them, because it's also, ironically enough, now Germanic, and they are an empire. Yeah, they are. There they go, Prussian Empire. In all its glory. How is Texas doing? Oh, they're at peace. Almost tripling their income at this rate. Getting proper ideas, so commendations on that. Economic quantity and the up will be in quality in 14th. Bit behind on tech, but that's not surprising given their position. Hey, at least they're getting printing press. They staying fetishist. They are staying fetishist, which it's one way of doing it, I guess. And Chokwe primary culture is, yeah, a beautiful sight to behold. Their homeland, but yeah. It is what it is. They can see a rather weird patchwork of the world, I'll tell them that much. And hey, Mongolia, let me guess, getting yeah, Japan taking their slices wherever they can. And Russia also suburban frontiering their way slowly but surely across. Right, well that's the last 10 minutes, so I think the last 5 minutes, I think we get another, what, 2 years done? I think that's fair to expect at the current rates, and that will be end of session. Granted, people decided to do a lot of their player wars and all the fun things, you know, the 1 week I wasn't there, and now that I come back, they're like, nope, no more fun for you. And how the hell were these people, I swear they were a subject. Did they... Well, that's a bit cursed, but there we go. They just attack their own subject to annex them. That would be one way of doing it, but you know, not the best way. Especially since you are lacking. Wow, that's a lot of reliance on Streltsy. That's a lot of reliance on Streltsy. Is that because there's 46 Streltsy regiments? 27 here. I think it looks like it, yeah. Actually, more. Wow, they actually have I think they're almost entire armies, Chelsea, which is a good thing, but also, wow. Well, rest in peace, what's left of Rostov. Russia slowly working their way through their subjects, if militarily, if that, but yeah. Did they declare on this? Yeah, they just declared on. I thought that was their subject. If it wasn't their subject, that's really weird that it wasn't. Well. Would be interesting to see their MRPs at least, but yeah, no, they kind of shot themselves in the foot here. They will have time of troubles by 82 if they don't stab up. How can they stop this? Oh wow, yeah. Just get progress to it slowly but surely as long as they have negative stability. Yeah, not the best thing to be in, but at the end of the world, I think by 1600's time of troubles can't fire, so... Yeah, so they need to get to 1600s and then they're good. And yeah. So they should be relatively fine with that. I like how they're not paying for their forts, I guess. Okay, their economy has increased at least in that regard, but there we go. They're not paying for your forts. It's a dangerous way of making money. And yeah, Mongolia ripe for eating yet again. Japan. Wow, they can take almost the entire thing. Probably will want to do something like that, so that, yeah, they definitely have it now, but, you know. Rather impressive. So Yuan, I mean, it's just completely gone. I think they're still the emperors of China. Yeah. Losing anything resembling mandate, but it is what it is. And I think, yeah, after this last year. And in 1576, rip people's internet. But hey, look, they can almost reform. Woo, parliamentarism will really save them, won't they? Yeah, not quite. Well, at least have to give a shout out to the French for nice borders, as much as I hate doing it. Really waiting for Liège and Bergen to be put out of their misery, but I mean the English can actually. I'm surprised they can English put them out of their misery. Oh, they can't because they don't actually desire that. Well, I guess Liège gets to live until imperialism until people get bored of it. And a weird bucket list of allies for Liège, although I think at this rate Flanders will actually bother getting that claims. Well, it is what it is. I will go through and say last year is probably a good thing to get out of the way. No player tributaries, please. Right, hello everyone, last year. Hello everyone, last year. Alright. Well, it is what it is. People only split themselves up into 2 group chats, which really goes to show how little actual fighting there is between them, but you know. We'll work with what we got. And there we go. Oh dear. Sorry about the stream thing, it does sometimes do that. When I shift tab, really need to get a second one, and yep, GB making absolute bank of the English shower now. 100 worth in it because, yeah. Now I'm actually getting a lot more from the North Sea. Yeah, 13 from here, and let me guess. Oh, okay. They could use some light ships here to protect. Squeeze out a couple more ducats out of that, but it is what it is. Don't think it matters for them at that rate. Getting a quarter of the way to economic hegemony. And that, I think, is almost highest force in the game. Yeah, highest income. Yeah, GB, highest, largest army, largest navy, largest economy. That's Britain for you in a nutshell. Well, I mean, yeah, they did historically win EU4, so you know, gotta hand it to them in that regard. Hey, they went against Denmark. Although, yeah, I'm not sure what Prussia's waiting for here. But... oh, that's not Prussia, that's the Teutonic Order. Take the islands, maybe? Yeah. I'll look at something like that, and then maybe feed this to Hamburg, and then consolidate it off of North Jutland. Still Danish, but it is what it is. At that point, it might be actually better to not even accept Danish culture and just finish off the conversions. I'm sure a lot of Swedish people and otherwise would be very happy to see Denmark, Danish as a culture completely destroyed, but you know, can't have everything in life. But there we go. Right, so just Prussia and GB in the wars now, cleaning that up. Andalusia now formed and proper. One thing Andalusia does miss is 5% spending ideas. They kind of do make up for it with the Black Guard, but badly, but you know, it is what it is. Could be a lot worse. I think, are they doing this because of E? Actually. Yes, because they will lose Westphalia. And they really want to keep that. And I think it's kind of a one-way alliance, though, in the regard that if Westphalia is attacked, Prussia still comes in as the Emperor, as a defender. However, otherwise it's... yeah. If Prussia gets attacked, however, then Westphalia is not going to be able to intervene, given how much they hate each other because of AE. So that's probably what's happening over here. And that's the thing, AE decays at a rate of, you know, 0 a small decade. Yeah, 3 a year. Don't really focus on improve relations in MPD. But it is what it is. Yeah, if you play in Europe, AE is going to be incredibly oppressive. Do whatever you try and do with that, but it is what it is. 1st of January will be the end of that. And hey, Russia's looking a lot more cohesive now. And a lot more Siberian frontier, although Japan definitely taking that opportunity. So on their subject, no subject to you on, okay. So yeah, to look through right at the end. These are great powers. No surprises there, apart from actually Persia. Really eaten a lot by the end of it. And yeah, this is score, and actually Andalusia. Oh, because they picked up their second card. Well, yeah. Coming out on top because of that card. Still has to be an option for people, but it is what it is. But there we go. With that, it will be end of session in the next 2 minutes, literally. As October, November, and December come to a close. Probably our most peaceful session yet. If I had to do a recap here, I'd be very happy because there will literally be nothing to recap. People just beat up AI. This hasn't been a single playable. An actual playable, genuinely. I think this is first session without a playable. I can confidently say unless someone wants to start a real playable in the last month. But yeah, no, I think that's that. No, we'll take it. We'll take a chill session once in a decade. Shame that the last session wasn't so chill. I didn't miss that one, but it is what it is. We work with what we got. Nearly 40 got is not a lot. But yeah, last month, so that's going to be that. Yeah, people not starting wars, and people will be piecing out because of their eat. So yeah. Last second player map mode. I think that's the best way of taking that. Cheeky screenshot, why not? Let's go for the pause there. There we go. Got it? Oh, for God's sake. Double pause. There we go. Let me save again as GC. Everyone always makes that jokes, but that is all. And as usual, thank you very much for watching, and I'll hopefully see you all next week. But that's that.